Welcome to the Condor DM show. Off script means, I come here with no plans. I just got home, got in the shower, and then came straight here. I just started right away. uh, at one point, I won't be able to start as early as I've been starting, right? I always schedule the show for around 8 o'clock, but that just makes sure that usually my idea is to make sure I'm hitting a topic or something around 8 o'clock on the stream, right? Like hitting the main thing. On off script night here, it's not a main topic, but I'm still showing up early. It's like casual. The thing is I can't consistently start at this time forever. So right now it's just been a few weeks here, maybe around a month where I've been able to start really early compared to previous months. But in previous months, when I don't have the same amount of free time, I got to start at like 8 o'clock, like consistently. So, didn't know I was going to have so much free time going forward. And so a lot of my streams are scheduled for a later hour, but here I am anyway. Consistency is probably good, but you know what? People pick up on the live stream sooner or later. And tonight's just a casual night. I'm just sitting here. You don't have to worry about catching up or anything. You just, get into the conversation. That's all, right? That's all you got to do here. Condor DM show, off script. It's all about you tonight, all about the audience. Uh, you know, most of my streams are about performing for you, being a bit professional as a YouTuber. But on off script night, if you see off script, it is casual. It is meant to be sort of that casual time where I chit chat with the audience. It's that, I'd be just as okay almost in private doing this, but guess what? It's just how it works. So here I do it in public. And if people find the conversations here entertaining between me and the chat, or they want to join in that, that's great. That's great. Of course, chat is a privilege. The odd off script that I do when it's random, sometimes I'll leave that open to people, right? You got to be, but you don't got to be sub those really random nights where I do off script. But on a night like tonight, this is a scheduled off script show, so you got to be subbed to take part in the chat, right? It's how it works. But it's all about the people, the supporters. This is less about me having a subject to talk about, more about just answering questions, stuff like that. Now, of course, I stand where I stand, and it depends on what you guys say, right? Like, you really control the dialogue here. So if I get on a go or a rant, you can break that up anytime you want, right? But just how it is. I'm here. I'm winging it. And off script night is sort of where partly I want to wing it mostly, right? I want to do that because it's all about you. Like, bring up the questions. Conversation. I don't mind debating. So if you disagree, you can tell me how you disagree. We can talk about that. I can tell you, make my case. Here's what I would say. I hope you never take my opinions or my statements as I'm trying to be an authority. Like I say, this is true as far as I'm concerned, but it doesn't mean I expect you to agree with me. And it's all open here for you to say what you want to say, right? I never say you can't say say something, but just understand, if I have an opinion, I'll be very strong on it. And if I don't have a strong, if I'm not that strong on it, I'll be honest. So, like, if you mention something to me or ask me a question, if I don't know enough about the thing, sorry, if I don't know enough about that thing, I just won't pretend to know. I'll tell you straight up, I don't know enough about what you're talking about. I won't pretend to have a strong opinion on it. The other thing is, I'm very picky about. I let people control the dialogue to a degree, but you got to be honest. So if I make a case for something, I'm very specific. I'm a big stickler on that. You, like, if you mention something alternative to what I said, well, I'm like, well, I'm not arguing for that thing. So if your argument is against that thing, my argument is for something completely different from that. So, because I don't care about winning, but I care about honesty, right? And I get some people have an inkling to want to make a point or win an argument. I have nothing against the instincts to do that in most cases when you believe something, even if you don't have enough to back it up. I just do not like people attempting to play a game with me when we're having a disagreement. It's like, hey, well, okay, you're talking about something else. Well, I'm not talking about that. So no, I won't buy that argument. Right? If you want to argue with my point about the thing that I'm claiming, then be accurate to what I'm claiming. Don't pretend I'm claiming something else and then make an argument against that thing. I will not put up with that. I'll bring you back to what I'm making the case for. Because I hate people falsely painting a picture. Like, it's like, I'll know the thing you're talking about. And I'm very specific because I'll get it. It's like, I know. We probably more likely agree on what you're saying. But if your argument is against this other thing that I've pointed out, well, that argument actually doesn't hold water against the thing I pointed out. So confront the thing I say if you want to disagree with me, right? Meaning, don't create an argument that or make a case as if I'm making a case for something. Like, pretend that's like, oh, you're arguing this? Nope, that's not what I'm arguing at all or arguing for. Right? So it's like, will not let you falsely drag me into a corner where I've just not stated something. And I'm in nerd world here with my fellow nerds, so I know how picky people can be, and you got to be, you got to make sure you're not vague and very specific. If not, people will pick things apart, right? So I make sure I'm very specific. Like, I'll mention first what I'm arguing for. Like, I'll say it's this. When it comes to this is my opinion. And it's very important for people to listen to that little starting point. What am I arguing for? So I don't mind debates. So if you come here, I don't duck any disagreement. I hope anyone who's watched me or any chatter who takes part in these chats knows I don't duck disagreement. I'm not afraid of debates. I'm not afraid of anything like that. Completely open. Yep. If you've heard a video where you don't agree with me, just state it out loud. It's completely fine. I'm completely open to it. I just don't like dishonesty. Right? And if you're dishonest, even in the chat, I'll rake you over the coals for being dishonest. I'll call you straight out here live. Like, I'll do it right now. Like, bring up a thing where you're being deceitful with your argument, and you'll notice I will pick that apart live right here, right on the spot. Right? So no point in being dishonest. Be honest. So I would say to people, if you want to have a strong opinion against what I'm saying, say you heard a video and you start having a strong opinion. My only ask is this: the second you get to that state of mind, make sure, if you have to, rewind the video, listen to the entire thing, just to make sure your disagreement is accurate and what I'm stating is really what you think I'm stating. Right? Like, I mean, some people I'll accept because I make them look like an ass in a disagreement. It's like, dude, you haven't heard everything I said. Like, I've heard, I don't know how many times over the years as a YouTuber, I'll see a comment where it's like on a video where I could tell the guy, it's like a 15-minute video. And the guy's listened to 5 minutes of the video, and he'll have a strong disagreement with the first 5 minutes. And I'm like, well, I've done 15 minutes for a reason, because I'm going to assume people have certain opinions about that first 5 minutes. I'm going to try to answer to all that. So to save debate, to make sure I clarify where I stand, there's the whole 15 minutes. So it's like, if you stop at 5 minutes in and then state something, a lot of times I'll make guys look like goofs, because I'll be like, yeah, I actually answer to that in the next 10 minutes. And even worse is when I say that to people and they'll be like, no, I watched the entire video. I'll be like, okay, well, then I'll actually just word for word state what I said in the video, like another 5 minutes later. And they'll be like, well, I agree with that, actually. I'm like, well, I'm just telling you what I said in the video, though you told me you watched the entire thing. I don't know how many guys, I've done that with YouTubers where I embarrass them because they'll get really angry with something I said. And I just know they haven't listened to the entire video. I'm like, well, look, I acknowledge that you might disagree, but I actually have a counter to that. It's in the video. And I would hope, if you're going to bother to go to your way to put some strenuous, angry comment down on my thing, that you'd have the courtesy to at least listen to the rest of the video. If I really have the few times I'll comment on videos, I try my best to just make sure I've listened to the entire video. I understand that person's argument, and then I'll say what I say. Right? Or I'll listen at least to the end, like even if they're on a panel, I try to listen to the end of the case being made so I can know, okay, all right, well, here's what I got to say about that case. And I've actually made sure to listen to what that guy said right to the end. because if he reasons it out, he might ring a bell with me, and I'm open to that happening. So it's like I can hear all kinds of things where I first disagree, and I'm like, let's keep listening. Let's make sure. Let me hear why he's stating this. I initially don't agree with the first couple minutes I'm hearing, but maybe he'll make a better case. And I always think it's if you're going to have a strong opinion about someone or respond, you got to make sure you're fair with them. Like if not, I'm just not going to leave the comment. Even if I feel like the first 2 minutes and I just didn't take time to listen to the rest, I just won't leave a comment. Like I would never do that. It's a principle thing, right? And I'll just be like, okay, if I'm not going to give you your time to make your entire case, I'm not going to bother making an emotional, angry comment at you over the thing. Because it's just so many times over the years where guys will be very dishonest with their dialogue with me. And I'm like, oh. Or a lot of guys around here, they're out of the gate dishonest. Say they're angry and they really don't like. There's a lot of times I make arguments about things where the guy on the other side of it doesn't actually have a good argument. Like he really doesn't have a good argument against my position. And he doesn't agree with me, but he doesn't have a good argument to debate with. There's a lot of people there that just feel like you're wrong. Right. And I get it. But that means they can't verbally argue with you. So you'll get insults or you get lies in comments. And like I tell people, look, I'm not a giant YouTuber with so many comments I have to ignore. So it's like I only get so many. If I have to interact with them, it's like, look, if you lie or you insult, you vanish. Because to me, I know you'll keep doing that. And there's no positive. And when somebody gets angry with you at first, no longer do they listen to comments or listen to videos and give you like just a conversational comment, like how they might agree. There's nothing positive. When somebody gets mad at you here, especially in the old school, certain audience members, it's anytime they leave a comment is now insult, deceit, insult, deceit, insult, deceit. I'm like, dude, okay, I'm just not playing that game with people. Like if you bring nothing good to the conversation, I exit you out. I don't mind debating, but insults and deceit is not debating. And blocking that off is not me being afraid to debate. I debate and argue with people live. I do it very open to it. Have no problem. My supporters know this. They can say their disagreement with me, and I don't sit there and say, you can't say it. I make my case. So I don't scream at people. I don't, like you'll hear some YouTubers, if you disagree with them, they'll be like, well, what's your problem? It's like, dude, they're having a disagreement. As long as they're honest, I'm going to say something. Now, my supporters will know this. If you're dishonest in live chat, I'll call you out for the dishonesty right on the spot. Like, I'll be like, oh, no, that's bullshit, right? But yeah, I have all kinds of people that will accuse me. I'll block somebody because they've lied or insulted. That means they bring nothing good to the conversation. And then I'll be told, Steven or Condor blocks people that disagree with him. No, I don't. No, I can explain myself. Why would I be afraid of a debate when I know what I'm talking about? I just don't get it. Why would that intimidate me? Like I bring stuff up where I know a lot more than most of the guys that are going to even leave the comments. I just got to be honest with you. I'm absolutely not intimidated by people, by anybody. It's like, dude, I will pick apart what you're saying and I will understand in a deeper way everything you just said. Like there's nothing for me to be intimidated about. At all. At all. I'm not scared of debating or arguing with anyone. I really am not. And I'm quite confident in my positions. Like people will notice I'm not like telling them they can't say something. I'm very, very forward. I can be very verbally aggressive, but in a confident way. Like I'm very straightforward. I'm straight on you about something. Right. And I can explain myself, which is very valuable. So why would I ever be afraid of arguing with people? I think it's a lot of projection because a lot of people that are afraid to debate me will insult or lie or project the idea that I'm afraid. I'm like, no, you're afraid. Actually, when I go over to your YouTube stuff and I've watched some of these guys that will accuse me of this, they're like, dude, if somebody disagrees with you in your chat, you do not take it well. Like it's complete projection. Or I wonder if the audience over there, because they'll like certain yes men or people doing rage bait. I'm like, yeah, but don't you notice if you disagree with that guy, he doesn't handle it well? I do. I do. So I've tried to tell people over the years, but I mean, you can't get dishonest people to suddenly be honest. So of course, there's no point in arguing with them. I'm talking to reasonable people right now. It's just you're going to hear a lot of dishonest people say that I block people that disagree with me. I'm like, most of them cannot handle a debate. Why would I be afraid of these people? It's just trust me, I'm not intimidated by anybody because most of them do not understand tabletop role playing games. They can't properly debate. They'll listen to 5 minutes of a 15-minute video. I embarrass them when I have the interactions with them. So I've actually tried straight up to debate people under these conditions. I piss off other YouTubers because they'll come to my comment section. I just fucking I embarrass the fucking piss out of them. I'll be honest with you. It's off script. Plan is to just talk and leave it open to you guys. That's what off script. Remember, Miles, is always off script is your day. Off script is me letting you guys come here and ask questions so you're not stuck on a certain topic. Like, I cover certain games, I cover that. And on most nights, if I'm covering a specific game, come the coverage time, I want to stick to that topic. But on nights like this, how do I make it up to you guys to make sure there's free time for you guys to just ask me stuff about games and talk to me about whatever subject you want? So yeah, I mean, sometimes I have an idea what I want to talk about. Sometimes just my recent content. Tonight, just talk about. I've had a couple people my own supporter list that have asked me, like, dude, I don't actually think you're intimidated about debating, but I mean, you get a lot of people out there accusing you of like blocking them because you're afraid to argue. I'm like, okay, dude, I've asked them to do me a favor. I said I purposely have been showing them comments that I've been blocking, and I'm like, okay, do you think this one's honest? Okay, no, that's not honest. Is this one just insulting? Are they arguing what I said? No, that's just insulting. I'm like, sorry, but the alarms in the background. And they're realizing, like, after seeing like 10 of them, they're like, that's what you're blocking? I'm like, yeah. They're like, okay, fair enough. You're just blocking people being idiots. I'm like, exactly. I've been doing that for years. A lot of guys are not good at debating. They just get a feeling about what I say. Like they're angry, but they can't really argue it. So instead of being honest, like it's just say, look, man, I don't agree with you. I can't really like it'd be nice if they could say this. I really don't have a good argument against your position, but I still don't agree with you. But just be honest. They can't do that. It has to come down to lies or insults. And to me, they bring nothing to the conversation. How's your D&D gaming going? Any recent memorable moments? Guy lost his character recently, risking his ass for the entire party. Right? They were going to be surrounded, and he decides, okay, there's only one way to seal this door off for you guys to get out of here. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. And he locks the door and then holds off so they can move, and they can move into space. And they got out of the situation and were able to then like get out of where they were and then block it off. And I won't go further into it, but it was a very honorable move. And everybody was like, yeah, we would have been fucked if he didn't do that. So it was a sacrifice. A good, memorable moment. Not too many of those where that can actually happen. There's not too many heroic moments like that for players with their characters. And it was like legit. It was legit. I mean, there's another door in the same room. Guys are going to come in on that side. They got guys coming in from another area that's blown open like a wall. And they're like, okay, we're going to be filled in here. We got to get out of here. But there's a good chance others are going to be coming from other directions because what has happened is there's like this magical trap that's gone off. It's ringing an alarm for more people to like come to where they're at. And before they can get more people surrounding them, like blocking them into the room and then being like, just fucking caved in and outnumbered. It's a death trap. He's like, I'll seal this door off so they can't get through. You guys go. And he had to do some things to hold the line to make sure they have rounds. If not, they were going right through the door and coming after them. And if they catch them and they all get caught into a fight, a good chance. And others did come. Others came to the room. As he's just about to lose, there's already bang on the door, but his guys have already went off and got away. So very memorable. They're all like level 6, so that was a very high level character to lose, and I'm letting him restart with a level 4 character, like so up to level 4, right? Not bad. And it wasn't the cleric; it was the fighter. Or no, not a fighter. Sorry, ranger, right? So he's a ranger character. Gave up his character's life, and yeah, so we got a new character for him. That's the most like impactful thing that's happened like in the last session. It is, and it's so very rare that it feels real. You know what I mean, Miles? Like so many times you want to do it, and some people will play off moments like you were a hero. Like this was a real moment where if he there is nothing to block the door. They have no tricks, no nothing. It's just his character. It's his body, right? So the real sacrifice gave them time to get out of there before people can come down the room. So would they have died if he didn't do that? Guaranteed, they're going to get chased and trapped, and they're going to get hit by the other guys coming to the room from the other sides too. So there, his sacrifice was real. That really kept them alive, and they all praise the player for doing that because they know how meaningful his ranger is to them. Like they're all developed characters by now, so for him to take the hit was it's sort of sad because he really liked playing the character, of course, right? Really had a connection to him, but his character was also heroic, right? In that way, he was a sacrificial type of character. He's a character that would put his life on the line for the people he was with. And he said in that moment, this is a moment where I got to play my character for who it is, but it's a team player character. He's made a character when he plays the character for who he is. It's a benefit to the game, to the group activity, to playing with the team. So instead of playing the character where he screws the party, where it's not beneficial to what we're doing, his type of character, like to be true to the character, was the type of character that would give his life. And what a great, like, even he was happy with it. He was sad to have to stop playing that experience, but he was happy. He was very happy as far as he said, if I'm going to lose the character, this is exactly the way this character should go out. Right? I actually got to say this character was a hero. So it's a very, very sad, in a way, there was a lot of satisfying feeling. And of course, since it was such a positive, he's now trying to lean into the new character. And I haven't just pumped him up to level 6. I let him go to level 4. And we talked about, let's talk about developing the idea of who the character is a little bit more than we would with a new character, right? So he has a better idea of who he's coming in with. So he's playing a new character with a kit. And he was just doing a ranger with like no kit on the ranger. Just the ranger gimmick was the kit as far as he was concerned. But now we're just doing a fighter with a kit. So he's gonna try to have some idea of who the character is, so you can start role playing and develop it faster, right? But yeah, a lot of fun. Very, very happy. It's again, that's usually how character death is for me. Not happy, but it makes me happy to know that like when it happens in my game, has been like this for like going on 20 years. I've never had a character death where players are upset with it. Because players just want to know that it was their decision, because they have the right to take a risk. They have the right to do anything. And that the game didn't cheat them. And my decisions as a game master didn't take anything away, didn't cheat them. Right? I gave him opportunities to try to get out of there if he wanted to really try. I never pushed anything. It was a complete choice at the end. And to him, he said it was very satisfying because he said, if my character was going to go out without retiring, this is exactly the way. And we had talked about how he'd want to have his character go. It'd be like being a hero, like sacrificing. He's like, Steven, I can't do better than this. So it was like very positive. Well, I won't just keep dragging that up. Very positive, very happy, right? That's in the D&D game, right? In the World of Darkness game, it's not that there's any like one character betraying another, but one player is having his character work with a group that it's not that the rest of the group sees that group in the world as their enemy, but they don't trust them, but they don't know he's working with them. So we're at that type of conflict level, right? Now he won't turn on the group. There's no reason. Nothing he's doing is like to turn on the group. So it's not anti-group play. But he's definitely now doing shit where they know he's doing something. They're so unaware they don't even know what to even think, if it's good or bad. Because he's went out to do stuff, and like there's no way they could just say you can't go do that. Like they have to let him go do stuff. So he's like gone to do stuff. They're like, something feels off, but we can't say anything. It's justified because there is no good reason. Like, I mean, you can't sit there and lock somebody up. You can't. And they don't want to make false accusations because he's not doing anything that seems like in a betrayal zone. Like he's very good team player, right? As far as working with people and keeping up his end. So, and there's a reason for it because there's nothing he's doing that should stop him from doing that. So he's making sure to not try to play it out where he's trying to see people in that way. But he is doing this work where they're like, who's he working with? And they don't know. And they don't know. They're trying to figure it out. Now, maybe when if they ever figure it out, they'll be unhappy with him. But even at that point, and actually his working with this group has helped him get them into different places. So the thing is, it's become a benefit that he's actually working with this group and getting connections and getting to places. Right? Like they'll hit one of his old friends and they'll be like, how do you know this guy? Old connection. And the guy goes along with it. And I don't want to say too much because I know one of them might watch this. Now they're going to know they're all suspicious. So I just said everything's suspicious. And I do say there's probably a group that you don't trust. I mean, there's some openness where they actually know he's probably working with people we don't trust. And he just sort of hinted at like, maybe that's possibly true. But he's like, you guys don't trust anybody. So in a way, even if I say that, they won't know exactly who. So I still leave them in a fog of war type of thing, right? They'll be like, well, we already know he's working with somebody we probably don't trust, but we don't trust anyone. There you go. Fog of war. And I got to be a little vague here on certain things. Like there's certain things I don't talk because some of the guys do come by and watch, right? They're in that silent audience gimmick. I just take a lot of heat on here. So people that game with me in real life, they're not online people and they only rarely check this stuff out and they usually don't check it out live. So they check it out afterwards. And they're just not internet people in that way. Like they'll check out my stuff because it's me, but they just don't announce, hey, because they don't want like people like following them around on the internet. And that's actually happened in the past. Like a guy announces like he knows me, and next thing you know, there's like people bugging him on another thing, and he's like, "What the fuck is this about?" I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. I got people out here that don't like me. Actually, I had to come straight out and ask people to leave my family alone and stuff. It's like, dude, you don't have to. I know you don't like me because of what I said about the game, but you don't have to add my family on Facebook. Like that's harassment on a level that's unnecessary. Just please don't. I know you don't like me, but stop adding my family on Facebook. That's a little ridiculous. We're talking about games. Like, sorry if I said something you don't agree with. Depends on the game. There's games out there that are, I forget the name of it now. I've actually ran it. I was stupid. I forget the name of it. Let me see if I can actually find the name of the game. Just forget off the top of my head because we're talking. Oh, not that. I'm actually going to cover it soon because I've ran it. So I actually have no issue in reality with it, to be honest. I know that it's going to sound wrong, but there's an actual game where I'll describe the game to you so you know what it is. You actually play kids in like a nightmarish type of thing where you're like playing kids and stuff like that. Like it's like you're dealing with their nightmares, like the boogeyman stuff. So if the game is made for it, I don't mind. If it's like a game like D&D where there's no intention to play kids, then I think it's weird. It's like, I don't mind story, but I don't mind the story that emerges, and you want to have a good story emerge, fine. Uh, but I just think you're stretching it. I just think it's unnecessary stretching of the game. It just there's a game element where you have to. To me, it's like we're playing a game. You're not going to play a kid here. It's like unnecessary. I find it unnecessary. It's unnecessary stretching the game into a zone you don't have to. Like, there's so many personalities you can play, so many different types of characters, that the idea that you need to play a kid seems stupid to me. I mean, unless the game itself is built around you playing kids and dealing with the boogeyman, like a game purposely aiming at that, I can't see the harm in trying that, right? I can't see the harm in a game that is intending that type of design, and that, as being a creative, I can see how that's interesting. So I'm never against creative people that want to try stuff, as long as there's no weird intent behind it, of course. But I don't think there is crazy weird intent. I think that's creativity. But if you get to like a game like D&D and you tell me you want to play a kid, I'm like, okay, there's just so many different characters you can play. This is unnecessary. It's just unnecessary stretching of what you're trying to do here. And I'm sorry, I don't care if you're gay, a woman, or a man playing the game. I don't care how you come at the game. There's things to appeal to everyone, where you don't need it, promote it in the book. I mean, just ways you can play characters that are just appealing to everyone, and different types of characters that are adults. I mean, young adults, older adults, but either way, adult characters. And they can cover so many different things that there's just so many you can do. For each type of person out there, there's like 100 different things they can do. It's unnecessary to play a kid. Just unnecessary. Again, if you want to go into a storytelling game and you find one where that's a benefit to the story, like Castle Falkenstein is a storytelling game, that would not help that story game. That's a real storytelling game. Unlike all the other games, are games where story emerges. You're not storytellers. Pendragon, well, the initial starting character is not going to be a kid anyway. It doesn't mean you couldn't somewhat start with a younger person, but even then you're going to start and age up on purpose. So how long you maintain the kid is sort of stupid. DC Comics, again, it's such a stretch, it's unnecessary. Like, I want you to be creative too, but there's a million ways to be creative without playing a kid. Like, and there's a million type of characters that can be attractive to you to play these games. So it's unnecessary that has to be one that you play. And I don't think you could do a kid properly as an adult player. And I don't want to DM it or game master it in any way. And I don't want to hint around it. It's just such a touchy zone that it's an unnecessary zone, having somebody play a kid in a game like D&D or something. It's unnecessary. Seems off. There are so many off things that can happen, and I just want to play a game. So there's just too many character types that can be attractive to every type of person out there to play these games. So you don't need to play kids. Again, the exception would be like the game I ran when I was younger, where you're playing kids in like a nightmare scenario, like, dealing with monsters, stuff like that. Like that's a creative game, and there's nothing weird that can happen because the game's intent and around it. You won't fall into this strange zone of unnecessary stuff. So it's good. It's like, okay, we're just dealing with the bad guy in the closet. Okay, fair enough. Like the monster in the closet. That's okay. But even the storytelling games, the actual storytelling games. Remember, all other games are story emerges. The actual storytelling games, none of them really support playing a kid. Like Castle Falkenstein wouldn't be one. Prince Valiant wouldn't be one. DC Heroes, the comic book version of storytelling for a storytelling game, is not one. Pendragon, you can start as a young person, but you're going to age, and you're meant to age. The story is going to be about the adult version of the character anyway. So that just would not be the same thing. So the idea of having someone play a kid again in a D&D game, Dungeons and Dragons, just so unnecessary because there's so many other character types you can try, and there's enough that you'll never be able to play them all, and enough to attract each kind of person out there that could be attracted to the game. So it's like, no, there's just too many character types. Try one of the ones you haven't tried before. I want to play kid. Too many weird things can happen, and this is just a game. It's unnecessary to open the door to the oddness that would be unnecessary. Like, look, put it this way: if you want to be a real storyteller out there in the world, and you can control how the story goes. See, a storyteller, a real storyteller, can control the story. Well, then that's a different thing. If you want to tell a story about a group of heroes and one's a kid that's a genius or something, but you can control the story and make sure, and you have full control, nothing random, nothing weird. You don't have other people that might have different opinions than you trying to partake in the storytelling, where you can control it. Well, then you can make sure nothing happens. Then you could do something creative. Go ahead. In a game where it's like the game I talked about when I was young, there's nothing weird you can do in that one game where you can play kids dealing with the monster in the closet. So it doesn't matter who plays at that point. That game is designed to make sure nothing weird's going to happen, right? So that's where I stand. Just too many character types to play. So and now look, I'm also not against creative, so it's not like I get offended at the ideas. So if a player comes to me and says, like, I'd like to play a kid, I'd be like, dude, I get it. The hobby is about being creative. I would tell them what I think and why I wouldn't allow it, because there's just too many random things that can happen. And unless I have full control over that, I wouldn't be comfortable with doing it, because I don't look, I know you so well, but I don't know you. And at some point you could be trying something weird in the game. And I'll be like, dude, first you're making this uncomfortable. If you do that again, or if you even hint towards that, or like even leaving the door open, it makes me uncomfortable. And I have to kick you out. Like, and then I'll even wonder if you're someone that should be in the hobby. So if you don't want that type of people looking at you that way, don't take unnecessary risk. The hobby is about fantasy and creativity. I get it. I would tell people that are coming with, I just think, innocent ideas. I don't think there's anything you're doing wrong thinking about playing a character like this. So I wouldn't be offended or get mad at people. That's no good. Because the hobby is about being creative. So you can't frown at creativity. You can't assume bad things about people that want to be creative. There's all kinds of ideas, the stories they've seen where a kid is a genius, or kids can actually fight. I totally get it. A lot of good stories up there. I like the animes, everything. So I totally get it. But I just say that it's so unnecessary for a game, and I don't have control over a certain aspect of what's going on. No. I would just tell them my reason why I'd say no. That's it. But I wouldn't say because they're interested in it, it's bad because they're interested. I just feel like under these circumstances, anybody that would be willing to do it, I question that myself. Take place in the same universe as TV show. You play kids, Stranger Things style. Again, I ran a game when I was young. I just forget the name off the top of my head, but it was a game made by. I don't know why the name is not coming to me. It should be coming to me. But either way, it's about kids where you deal with the fears, and the game is made for playing kid characters, so that there's nothing weird that's going to happen. I would hope that's the same thing there. It's more about like dealing with like horror stories or something like that, where there's nothing weird. D&D game, my thing, DK, is just saying, first off, there's so many different character types you can play that it's just a game. We're not storytellers with D&D. And so play one of the many character types that you have on option that can attract you. Don't bother with the kid thing. And I have no control over where it goes when I'm having players randomly play. Like I said, I get how a storyteller is, who might want to put a child character in the story that could be a warrior or something, whatever, or some magic user. The difference is that single storyteller isn't collaborating. They're telling a story by themselves, and they can safely control the story to make sure nothing weird happens with the child character, right? There's nothing wrong with being creative. And I wouldn't get mad at people that would come to me and say, could I play a kid character or something? because the idea obviously exists in the hobby. There are people out there that think about this stuff, and we're talking about art and creativity. I get how that comes to the forefront. I just tell people outside of a game made for it, like say going to D&D, it's not really made for it. And where in the other games they have safety lines. Like I know there's no way you're going to play that into something weird, right? But if we play with D&D, weird things can happen, and I don't have complete control, and it's random. And honestly, I don't want to see a player who does something weird that might even be innocent. But I mean, it's hard to, you could do something weird that gets people to look at you in a way they can't stop looking at you that way after you've done something, even if it's by accident, right? You just poison the view of yourself. Like, you're okay with that? Dude, you okay? And then, like, I mean, it can poison people so bad you can have people, the other players can now look at you in a certain way that you can't take back, right? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm totally down. That's the aim. Like that's like the game I'm talking about when I was young. It was about like monsters and boogeyman. So as long as that's it, but like if you get to a game where it's not designed for the kid character, and it doesn't have the safeties on, like that game has safeties on clearly, right? You just described it. It's in a zone. We're focusing here. This is what we're doing. We're in a safe zone. That's that. That's a good safe zone for kids, right? If you want to use the term safe zone, there should be one if you're going to play in that realm. And there's nothing wrong with creativity. So I don't think people shouldn't do these things in the hobby. Make a game with kids or something, even if adults end up playing the characters. I have nothing. I think it's creativity, but you want to also make sure outside of creativity that you don't get into a weird zone. And so to me, that's where I go to the D&D thing and just go, look, there's 100 different adult characters you can play, young adults, older adults, but adults. And there's so many different types of personalities, and everybody can find different types that would suit them for the play and attract them to the game. So, and again, D&D doesn't have the safety rails on, right? Where if a player does something, you're like, and again, even if it's by mistake, you could have the other players looking at you, so it becomes so unnecessary. Or I'm just like, it's not worth the risk, dude. That's why I wouldn't do it. But again, DK, I don't shit on people that come to me with the idea, because obviously there's designers out there with the idea that made games for it. So, and it's in the creative zone. The idea of like kid superheroes or there's nothing weird about that. Kids dealing with weird stuff or the monsters in the closet. There really is nothing. It's interesting shit, right? So I think there's nothing initially wrong with that stuff, and I don't want to pretend that that's bad to have the ideas in your head. It's just I tell people, keep them in the zone. Like, go play this, what you're talking about, or go play the other game. Like, that's where you can be the kid and do the thing. If we had the safety rails on for D&D, maybe. But really, I don't put them on. And I don't want to have players do something weird where it's like, even if it was completely innocent, it's hard not to wonder what if. All right, and you don't want that. And you don't want people looking at you in a weird way. So I'm just like, nah, stay away from this dude. But if you just look at people that want to do odd things and get mad at them, to me, you're not really understanding. There's a reason these games exist with the kid characters. There's a reason why all that's, because there is a creative side to it that is not bad. But it's such an area where you got to be careful when you play around with that stuff, because it's so easily how it can be perceived, right? So that's really important to me. Just let's make sure there's nothing here perceived as wrong. And we're playing a game. I don't want to play on such an edge that's unnecessary. Like say with D&D especially, right? I just don't want to play on that edge, dude. I just want to play the young adult. Do the older teenager, young adult thing. That's cool. You can do a lot of creative things with that, and there's nothing weird with that. So young adult stuff like that, I think you could do a lot of things with that are quite interesting and would count as a young character, right? But they're young adults, but they're still, you can treat them oddly compared to the adult characters. So I mean, if you want to have some fun, what is it like playing a younger person in the group? Play the guy who's like 16, right? That's cool. I can see that, but if we get down to younger people, it's like no. No. And if you compare playing D&D to an actual story, I'm like, no, dude, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Story emerges here, right? Or we collaborate on doing an adventure. We don't collaborate on a story. Story just is something that occurs from what we're doing, right? Just that's why they always, and it really does explain what's happening. Story emerges. If you want to do storytelling in the hobby, go play Pendragon, right? Because now you're actually purposely trying to tell, like sort of rewrite, put a novel into the game. You're actually watching how a character speaks. You're doing everything real storytellers should do if you were initially trying to tell a story somehow with a game. That's storytelling, right? If you just play a game, it's like I said to other people, it's you're not doing the telling part. The story just emerges. So if a story emerges, that's not telling. That's just a story. It's like me going for a walk. A story comes from my walk, right? But me walking is not storytelling, right? So it's like when you play the game, we're playing it for adventure, and that is not initially storytelling, right? You're randomly speaking for your character. There's so much and we don't care about randomness because randomness is the game, right? The challenge is the game. There's a complete game focus mostly on what you're doing. There's development. There's elements of storytelling like developing a character, but that's not so much for a story. Again, a story emerges. That's more for your personal connection. It's an element. Character development is remember, it's like tabletop role playing games. They say are their own thing. Don't pretend they're one thing, right? I say story. It's like a tabletop role playing game is not drama class. It's also not storytelling. It's also not just purely a game. It's its own thing. It's a very unique thing, and we should appreciate it. Hence, role playing game. Right? There's a combination of things that make it unique on its own, right? Separate from these other things. And even the way you participate with this form, it's multiple people, somebody running it. So when you put the combination package together, we borrow elements from storytelling in the game. We borrow elements from drama class. We borrow gaming elements, and we put this together to make something that's its own thing. So then you don't want to pigeonhole that unique thing into being one of these things. It's storytelling. No, it's not. Just has elements of it. It's not complete storytelling. It's drama class. No, it's not. Just has elements of drama class. It's just a game. It's not just a game. It has gaming elements that all make up something very unique that separates it from most typical games out there, like separated from a board game, right? Separated from video games. And the separation allows us to do something that's a bit more than a game, right? That's why we don't have to have invisible walls. We don't have to do all this because there's all these different elements, and it's like appreciate it for what it is. Mm. So I'm very big on that too because I hate hearing people pigeonhole the game into something because usually when they pigeonhole it into something, it's for not good things. Like storytelling will be like it's like there's a lot of elements I heard last night, and I sort of made the point. Like it's like first off, storytelling. You get plot armor. That's not good for the game. That means you're avoiding challenges and character death. And there's nothing petty with you being expected to face challenges and character death in a game. The pettiness is trying to avoid it, right? It's a game. It's not petty to expect you to face it. It's petty for you to expect not to. Uh, or the excuse like, oh, one guy said Coochie here, and I have nothing against Coochie, but he said I was a chaos goblin, but it helped further the story. What's he really saying when he says that? I was an absolute shit player, right? I was playing really shitty, being a shit player. But it's okay that I was being a shit, good for nothing player in that game because it furthered the story. So it's okay I was a shit player. It's like, no, dude, it's not okay that you were a shit player. You're not a storyteller. That's not happening here. So it's the agenda or the rule of cool. potentially that can have one meaning that's okay. All right, you look cool, but it's like, is rule of cool to bypass a challenge in the game? Many people use it for that from storytelling. Rule of cool idea. Okay, then it's not justified, dude. You got to face the challenge. All right, it's all these elements you'll notice with storytelling. There's nothing, storytelling is never mentioned, say, in relation to D&D as something fair. And what it does is it gives bullshit people an excuse to make things okay that are not okay. So design your intent is for this game, and the game works with character death, challenges, all that as part of the game. If you have something where the only reason you bring it up is to make excuses, like or being a shit player, is to excuse all this negative stuff, avoid challenges, avoid character death, be a shit player and get away with it. That's all storytelling is used for when they relate storytelling to it. And then if you really look at what we're doing, you realize right away, well, what's a storyteller? Well, there's that teller part. It's really important to classify yourself as that, right? That's why I get at people. It's like, okay, you're not actually doing the telling. Like you're playing the game in the same way I'm going for a walk. So you're actually trying to tell a story. A story's just going to emerge. But if you do try to tell a story, you're actually going to alter the game. And that's like if you pretend that you're telling a story, then you're the Chaos Goblin. But it's okay because it helps further the story, meaning you're a shit player who's playing like shit. Instead of having the heat put on you to play better, it's okay because there's a story. So it's okay to be a trash, good for nothing player during the game. Oh, wow. Okay. I think that's bad. It's a game. You're expected to play well. So the idea that it's okay to be a trash player because of story is bullshit. Or you avoid a challenge because story. Bullshit. You avoid character death, even though the game is made and designed with intent for character death. Not good. And I've never heard the idea of storytelling related to D&D used in some fair way, and it's always used for that. So I tell people out there that will say, well, it's storytelling. I'll be like, even the guys that don't use it for those excuses, I'll be like, first off, you're actually not doing the telling part that would make you a storyteller. It's really important. The telling part is what makes that label proper. If you're not doing it, you're not it. And all you're really doing is opening the door for people with bad excuses. So if you're actually not storytelling for real, which you're not doing with D&D, and that's a fact, that's not a difference in opinion. So that's a clear fact too. You're not actually telling a story, right? You're not doing that. The process, we use elements from storytelling, but initially we're not telling a story. We're playing a game. So you're not actually doing the telling part, which would make the label proper. You have to do the telling part for it to be a storyteller. You're not doing that. And if you were, then what's the point of Pendragon? Pendragon is literally designed for the idea of storytelling because D&D doesn't do it. So it was designed, it was made that way as an acknowledgement that D&D, for example, is not storytelling. So here's a storytelling game, alternate away from D&D because D&D is actually not doing this. So, I mean, in the old school, we never had these debates. In the old school, it was acknowledged D&D is not storytelling, Pendragon is. D&D is not storytelling, Castle Falkenstein is. D&D is not storytelling, Prince Valiant is. D&D is not storytelling, DC Heroes is. Right? You would know the difference between something telling an actual story with the intent to do so you can actually take the label of telling, right? That's hence storyteller, and that would be real. D&D, even by the TSR group, it was acknowledged, and Gary would always describe it, and he was always correct on this. It's not like I bowed at his feet for everything he said, but one area he was right is a story emerges with D&D the same way a story emerges when you go for a walk. So it's just you start realizing the more you keep arguing for storytelling being related to D&D, nothing good comes of it, and all kinds of really awful gameplay is justified that should not be justified through calling it storytelling. So there's nothing good. And then the fact that there's some people out there that do not use the story, like they'll argue for storytelling being part of it, but they actually won't use it for all these bad things, but yet they'll debate with you until the end of time. I'm like, and the guys that use it for deceitful reasons, they'll just hang out in the background smiling and laughing because they actually know they're using it. Like you talk to most guys that use it for bullshit reasons, they actually know it's bullshit. Like they're actually laughing at the moderate guys who are arguing with me. They're laughing behind their backs. They're like, yeah, we know we're getting away from challenges, but look at that fucking idiot arguing for us. I've talked to the guys that actually know for sure they're getting away with it. And they even look at the guys that aren't using it for bad reasons as idiots. Like, look at those fucking idiots arguing for us. This is fucking brilliant. Like, they're our perfect excuse. We get away with the shittiest things in the game that we shouldn't. And then these guys come over and defend us. Like one guy even said, Steven, look, I know your position and I actually agree with it to a degree. But what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to give this up? I have guys over here that will not use the storytelling gimmick for cheap things, but they'll sit there and falsely defend it when there's no defending it, and they'll argue with you until the end of time, which covers my ass. I've had honest conversations with guys just completely open with me. They know they're using it for bullshit reasons, and they laugh. They think the guys that agree with them are morons. They're like, look, I know I'm using it for a bullshit reason. That guy doesn't even use it, and there he is arguing for it, and we're not even doing it. And they'll actually agree with me. We're not actually doing storytelling. I'm like, yeah, Jesus. It would laugh because at the odd times you get to have these honest conversations with some of these guys, but they're just fucking laughing at the moderate guys that think the moderate guys are just complete morons to them. And I'm like, well, they're not wrong. Because if you're not using storytelling for the cheap gimmicks, then why are you arguing about storytelling when we're actually not doing the telling part? Which would make the label is only accurate if you're doing the telling part. If you're just playing a game and a story emerges from it, then you're not telling anything. It's just you're doing something and a story comes from what you're doing. So moderates can look like jackasses. Just saying. They can look like jackasses. It's like, just dude, accurately. It's not a difference in opinion. Are you doing the telling part? When you accurately look at the whole game, you realize you're not. World of Darkness is guilty for this too because they're not doing it either. Go play Vampire the Masquerade or Werewolf for Magic from World of Darkness. They are doing the same thing D&D is doing. All they did was when AD&D was out, AD&D didn't focus on the elements of storytelling we use. Not that storytelling, but the elements didn't focus a lot on them, like say character development. All World of Darkness does is focus on some of the elements. But it still doesn't do what Pendragon does. So when you play Vampire, you're still just playing a game. And a story emerges. And I've been accurate about, I've put it this way. Years ago when I started making this argument to people, like pointing it out to them, I was like, the debate's over. I'm right. Yeah, I said, look, I don't care. Yeah, you can all walk away from me like you're right. You're not. You're factually not. I'm factually right on this. I won't care if it takes 5 years. Either way, either you'll keep being idiots for the rest of your time here, or you'll just come around to the fact that you're not doing the telling part. And the second I'll say this is why Pendragon is like, look, guys, I'm from the actual old school era. The actual old school era. There's a reason Castle Falkenstein, Pendragon, Prince Valiant, DC Heroes came out. They came out because there weren't games that were intently doing storytelling. So they came out to do the real thing. So when you play Pendragon, if you want to do storytelling, you leave D&D, you go play Pendragon. And go play Pendragon. You'll see a massive difference in your experience. It won't be like playing D&D because you'll be doing storytelling. Then you'll know what it is to actually do storytelling. Right? Go do that, then you'll know what it's like. And then you'll realize the second you play Pendragon and go back to D&D, both of them are not the same thing. But D&D has to be what Pendragon is to a degree if you're storytelling with it. So I know it's been a few nights of me drilling that fact, but I drilled it last night, and some people still came out today and said, "Oh, it's still storytelling." I'm like, "No, it's not. No, it's not." I know that's exactly what I'm pointing it out though, to you, DK. It's people were as miffed and confused back in the day. They think because it's almost like they mistaken what a storyteller is. Just because the game uses elements of storytelling, like say character development, it doesn't mean that it's using it in the same normal storytelling way a real author would be using it. It's using it to develop a character you can connect with the same way you might. It's like we develop a setting, right? Like a storyteller would. It doesn't mean we're outright storytelling. These are elements of storytelling. Just like we do some acting stuff, right? From drama class, we're not full on doing a fucking stage play, but are we using elements? Yes. Are we then matching that with elements of playing a game? Yes. Is it fully just a game? No. It's not fully acting. It's not fully storytelling. It's not fully just a game. It's a combination of things. So we use a term called role playing game to describe it. And to me, it makes it its own unique thing. And we should all be happy that we have something unique, a unique hobby where if it's just storytelling, then you just put it in the author camp. Like you pigeonhole exactly what we're doing here. And to me, it's dishonest, and then you don't appreciate what we have. Um, but then you can actually take some games that do lean more, say, in the pigeonhole direction. You can take some games where it is going to be, you can use the term storytelling role playing game, like Pendragon, Castle Falkenstein, Prince Valiant, which I recently covered, DC Heroes. A lot of people get surprised when I mention DC Heroes because Villains and Vigilantes it's a little bit leaning into it, but it's more like using elements, so it's more like a normal role playing game. Where DC Heroes is just pure comic book. It's not like a novel thing. So if you go to Pendragon and Castle Falkenstein, that's novel storytelling. If you go to DC Heroes, it's storytelling, but it's doing it from the point of view of comic books. Add a comment on this. Can D&D be played as just storytelling? Pendragon. Pendragon does it. And if you do it as storytelling, you have to watch every line of what people are saying. You have to, like, everything has to be calculated once you start the game. Castle Falkenstein is very calculated, especially on players. A lot of pressure on players when you're doing storytelling because now they got to watch what they say, how they say it. They have to be careful with their dialogue. They have to stay in character. Storytelling is you can't just carelessly not play the character. Castle Falkenstein makes a big issue with this too. If players start saying words that do not stay in line with the storytelling, it's a rule that the game master has to bring them back into line. It's actually part of the game design. Same thing with Pendragon. So everything becomes calculated. All dialogue becomes calculated, and dialogue is necessary. And you'll do way more dialogue than, say, fighting or anything else. The storytelling is big on a lot of talking and very controlled talking, not just from the game master, but for the players too. That's real storytelling, though. I think some people like playing D&D like they probably don't know the other games. No, they actually don't play it like storytelling. So you're just wrong, Miles. I'm just telling you, they're just not wise. These are just people that aren't that intelligent that think they are. That's the hugest difference. It's just a careless. They're mistaking what they're doing as something it's not. So it's not that they're actually doing it or even trying to do it. It's complete. Because if you're doing storytelling, you don't skip things with dice rolls, especially with 5e crowd. So your 5e crowd doesn't do any storytelling at all. Most of them don't do what Matt Mercer and them are doing in live plays. Like if you see most normal 5e games, they skip searching the rooms, they skip dialogue with tons of dice rolling, and they go straight mostly to fights. A lot of fights. Just stick to D&D. Yeah, so they're not, and that's true. But they're bypassing. Most people barely, like they do a little bit of role play, but most of them don't even do it to develop the characters. They like most live plays you see do more social interaction. but they don't even develop the characters. They're a lot of them are amateur actors. If not, they're trying to sort of pretend they've already had a developed character. And sometimes they try to do that and they try to play something where they have not developed the thing. So a lot of it's either amateur actors or just bad social interaction, right? And then most of it is combat. Most of it's combat and bypassing all the areas with dice rolls where some of the more where the story elements really do play into D&D, not storytelling, but story elements are mostly outside of combat. So if you're skipping the searching of the room, like you're not doing the talk between characters looking around, dice roll. Okay, there goes a lot of your storytelling elements. Social interaction, doing dice rolls instead of much of that. Yep. Okay, there goes most of your actual storytelling elements. Gone. You're going straight to fights. So no, most people just are. I hate to say it. I'm not trying to be mean, but they're really dumb about storytelling. They don't even know what storytelling is properly, or they don't understand how it's like, yeah, dude, just because the game uses storytelling elements, it doesn't mean it's storytelling in itself. You're just doing an adventure. Go play Pendragon, and then you'll do what a writer's doing. But you're trying to do it a game. See, a writer's going to watch every line of dialogue they do in. You have to stay true to character, right? So they have way more control of the story. There's a lot less control with the randomness, right? So a lot less randomness, way more control, way more watch what you say, how you say it. And if you actually go to a storytelling game like Pendragon, you'll actually, if you run it the way the designer intends you to do, and not just the way people want to, so you got to watch out for that too. But if you run the way the designer intends for Castle Falkenstein, Pendragon, right away you'll realize, okay, this is not D&D at all. Steven's not wrong. This is storytelling, but fucking Christ. Right away, when D&D people have an experience with like something like Pendragon, they go back to D&D. Most of them go back and go, yeah, this is not storytelling. I'm glad to be back here playing a game. It's like, yes, dude, you're playing a game. I'm glad you realize. Oh, the guys I took to Castle Falkenstein, man, I put the heat on them because I ran that way, the way the designer intended. I mean, truly, deeply. Every player from that went back because I two of them joined me for sure that said, "Man, I think we're storytelling with D&D." They came into Castle Falkenstein, they played it for a little while, and then they went right away. Okay, we absolutely do not do storytelling with Dungeons and Dragons. I was like, yeah, dude, you know how anal you'd have to be to actually do real storytelling with Dungeons and Dragons? They're like, yeah, we understand it now. We didn't get it before, but fuck, this is crazy. And I was like, yeah, it's not crazy for a storyteller. This is fine. And if you're into storytelling, I guess with the game, how can you say it's bad? Castle Falkenstein does exactly what people say they're doing with D&D. They're not actually doing it with D&D. So I love to give them the experience of what it really is doing it, just so they can have the fucking wake up call going, okay, yeah, we're not doing that with D&D at all. And they'll realize they're not even going to argue. They'll be like, that is storytelling. You're fucking right. No, I'm telling you, Miles, they don't. They just think they are. So no, they don't. So I'm going to call you on that. It's just really unintelligent people thinking what they're doing is storytelling when it's not. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. I'm not denying people think they're doing it and then trying to do these. Like I said, remember when I said social interaction? They do weird social interaction where it's not even proper character development the way you would do in a game with the storytelling element. It's like trying to play our already developed character. That means that first off, they do it like amateurs and they're not watching every word they say. Even the live play amateur actors can get very random in their statements. I'm like, okay, I'll ask an author. See how they just randomly spoke there and got a little emotional, like as the player? Is that acceptable if you're like writing? No. So there's a big difference, Miles, between what not so bright people think they're doing and then the actual thing. It's like there's a lot of people, and that's most people in the hobby. Let's be honest. Most people are not that bright. Sadly, most people aren't the hobbyist elites, right? That's a very small portion of actual people in the hobby. So, yeah. when they only want to stick D&D. Well, you have to, you got to get people to stop. There's a number of people that I think you can't really it's on them. First off, it comes down to thoughtful people. Like if you're simple minded, stick to D&D. And actually, most guys stuck to D&D back in the day. So it's not like the 5e is like we act like the new school is the only people with the issue. No, back in the old school when we finally got the majority coming in, the vast majority of people did not play games outside of D&D. Like, and they didn't even play much of D&D. When they did, they'd have a very simple take. I hate to say it, but I'm a hobbyist. And maybe you're someone who's interested in the more creative side of it, and that's good. You'd fit in. You want to do that, but what you're going to find out, Miles, here's a very depressing gimmick. You'll find that you're actually leaning into a minority of people. That you can't really, the hobby's not made for the majority that we have. It wasn't initially made. So I'm telling you about a side of the hobby that is not made for them. It's not that some people, you don't bother trying to get to play something other than D&D because, I guess they're lucky you got them as customers for WotC. It's all a marketing thing for customers. Make it simplifying the game, dumbing it down for simple-minded people, and then realizing most people are not that creative. Most people don't think that much. Most people aren't using their minds for too many things. And the second you say, well, here's another idea over here, as soon as they hear the challenges they have to go through to play that, no. Like when TSR started getting the majority, they had a big issue because they only had hobbyist DMs at the time. And so the hobby's made for a minority of people. You only have hobbyist DMs, but you got the surplus of really simple-minded people coming into the hobby because marketing has sort of sold them bullshit. Right? Have simplified the game a bit, but it's sold them bullshit. What do you do if you're going to get thousands of players coming in and almost no PlayStation to run the game for them? That's when you go tournament play, remember raw and module. This is why I've been drilling on this stuff because this is really how the old school was. This is the way it became simple. It's where now you can have the dumbest guy in the world with raw and module combination run the game for the surplus of people. That's how you can instantly create a DM where the hobby was never made for that majority coming in. Right? So I hate to say it, most 5e people are probably better off to stick to the simple 5e. I'm not trying to insult anyone. It's just, it's like over here, man, you got to think and use your mind. Okay, that's not going to be your gimmick. Most people are animals. And I know that a lot of people don't like, I'm just being real. This honest, real talk with you. Most people are animals. So what you realize is, most people let them think they're doing storytelling. Like there's a lot of people in the hobby, or if they tell me they're storytelling, I'm just like, sure, okay. I wouldn't even debate them. The second I know what kind of people they're in the hobby, I'm like, oh, sure, all right. There's no point. They're completely lost. There's no reasoning with them. Let them sit on the false throne. They're sure. Go ahead. I don't care. Certain people are such a lost cause, and I'm just like, I'm a hobbyist, dude. I'm looking for thoughtful, creative people that the hobby was initially made for. Yeah. So the rest, I'll let WotC take care of them. Here's your simple game. Call it storytelling. Call it whatever you want, dude. Have at it. But when it comes to hobbyists, I always hope, hey, squirrel, always hope that my fellow hobbyists don't also get caught up in the lies, in the bullshit, or trick themselves. Right? So don't call D&D storytelling because you have to do the telling part for that label to fit. And we can let simple-minded people in the hobby think this, but the more creative people should not get caught up with the bullshit. Let them think what they want, right? It's again, hobbyists understand why D&D wasn't storytelling and why Pendragon was, right? They get that. And you can see it today. A lot of simple-minded players can't handle challenges. They need the plot armor. If not, they're going to suck at the game a lot. Or maybe they're going to be shitty players. Most of them are. And they're going to have to excuse their shitty play by saying, oh, shitty play, but at least it moved the story along. The story's not the concern, though. It's a game. You're meant to play well. So the excuse that you played shitty and somehow the story got moved along means nothing. Plot armor for a hobbyist or a creative thinker, a proper person in this hobby. No, you don't need plot armor. You face the challenges. The petty part is avoiding the challenges, not expecting you to actually face them. So, but you'll have the majority act like it's petty for you to expect me to face this challenge. No, the petty part is that you're avoiding it. It's a game. Challenge is part of the game. Petty part is you avoiding it. Same thing with character death. You got to face it. If the game intends you to, no, the petty part is you trying to avoid it, right? Not me expecting you to face it. So, and storytelling is only used for these excuses. It's never used for anything good, and we're actually not doing the telling part. We're all collaborating to do an adventure together. Play a game. It's like going for a walk. If you go to the actual storytelling, like I said, that's when you get to Pendragon or Castle Falkenstein, you'll realize right away, the second you play those games, okay, yeah, D&D is not storytelling at all. I'm like, it has storytelling elements like character development, but that's an element of storytelling. You're still not telling a story initially from the get-go. A story emerges. The elements are good for connecting with a character. It's, again, you go back to the drama class stuff. We do a bit of drama class stuff. It's not drama class. It's just elements. It's not just a pure game either. We use gaming elements, not just a pure game. You're using your mind to play the game, so you're not always rolling dice, right? So it's just elements that make up a very unique new thing that's separate from all these things. And you don't want to pigeonhole what we're doing into something. And if you do want to do storytelling, go to a storytelling game. Right away, you realize just how different an actual storytelling game is to, say, Dungeons and Dragons. So it's just like, I want to make sure my fellow hobbyists don't get poisoned by the bullshit. It's like World of Darkness. I feel bad for them. They made a game where they're not doing storytelling, but they call the guy who's running it a storyteller. I'm like, no, he's not. Pendragon is storytelling. But fair enough. I mean, people get tricked by certain things, but I'm like, my fellow hobbyists should not, like, if you're not stupid and you're creative and you're meant to be in the hobby, like the hobby was initially made for a person like you, I just don't want you getting stuck up with the poison. For the rest of the people in the hobby, I can't save them. So when I meet the majority, the sort of simple-minded majority, and I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just being real. When you meet the more simple-minded people, the majority that's part of what TSR and WotC was marketing to make money, that group where you have to dumb down the game for them, dumb down what we're doing for them. When I'm talking to them and they say it's about storytelling, I'm just like, oh, you wouldn't even hear me disagree. I would just go, okay, sure. Because I'll realize right away who they are. It's not even worth debating with them. Yeah, lost cause. I wouldn't want. I'm a hobbyist. I'm in the thinking camp. I'm in with the group who the hobby was initially made for. Right. For the rest, that's the vast majority. They're animals. So I don't hate them, but that's just how it is. The companies wanted to make money, so they attracted a bunch of people into the hobby that were checker players. I mean, it's almost like you get a hobby that was made for chess players, and then the companies wanted to dumb down the game into a checkers game. And so you get a bunch of people that can play checkers, but they can never play chess. Now, I play chess. I don't want to play checkers. And I'm not against people that can only play checkers. But right away, I won't bother trying to I won't try to straighten out checker players. I'm just like, you play checkers? All right, go ahead, yeah. Oh, you storytell? Sure. All right, cool, dude. Whatever. I'm not going to debate with you. I'll let you believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. So it's just when I know I meet a hobbyist, when I know I meet someone who doesn't want to just be in that simple zone, and they like, you can tell right away who's who. You'll know when you start talking about the non-simple games and people get attracted to them, especially to my content, right away it just tells me who you are. It's like, oh, you're someone who wants more. Yeah. Okay, well then I'll care about having the debate with you and straightening you out in the thing. That's fair. You're creative. You're a hobbyist. Right. I don't want you poisoned by the same nonsense the majority is the animals are poisoned with. Right now, I want you to know the truth because you don't need the excuses. So don't bother calling something storytelling when it's not. You don't need the excuses. You're willing to face the challenges. It's a game. You're willing to play the game for what it is. Cool. Cool. You don't need this shit. Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to me. Let's not poison our dialogue with the same thing the checker players use to talk about. Let checker. Don't even be offended by those guys. You'll know right away. The guys who just want to, and we had in the old school again. The majority in the old school were guys that would only play D&D, wouldn't play any other game. Very simple, 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 simple people. And you just go, okay, all right, dude. You just gotta let them be. You can't hate them either. I had to learn to calm myself down because I'm a creative, and it's not trying to say I'm better than these people. Just like it's like maybe these people are gonna be better at performing at a sport, or there's other areas in life for whatever reason that gets them to think to be more creative. Maybe they're not naturally stupid overall, but when it comes to this, they are. And I just want to make sure that it's like, okay, uh, I can't be mad at people that have a very, very, very simple view of what tabletop role playing games. And I'll like if they're too simple and they can't be open minded. It's like the nuance thing I said to creatives like last night. Nuance about like say doing skills. It could be one night where there's no pressure on your character for a lot of the session. So and your character might be very good at a skill. So maybe the game master doesn't call for dice rolls because he's going to say yes, 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 yes. The next night, there's pressure on your character in a different scenario, and he's going to get you to do a lot of dice rolls and skills. There's no inconsistency about his ruling if you understand the nuanced thinking. He's actually very consistent, but he's only applying dice rolls when he has to. Right? It's like, remember, game is only part of what we're doing. That's why you don't like if there's no reason to apply a dice roll to use a skill, you don't need to. Doesn't mean all dice rolls are gone. Just you only apply dice rolls or the coin flip when you have to. And under pressure, it makes sense to put a dice roll on you. With no pressure, especially if you're good at a skill, there's a good reason just to let you do most of the things your character can do. That's it. That's a balance, and that's consistent. Now, to a simple-minded player, they'll be like, man, you're not consistent, game master. You let me do it without a dice roll last night and then not tonight. And I'll be like, a hobbyist will notice the difference. They'll notice the lack of pressure on their character in scenes that was easy to do stuff. And they'll notice the pressure and be able to relate that with a dice roll. Right. So it's like if I get too many simple people coming in and they can't see the difference, I'll give them a warning, man. You got to be more open-minded and start seeing this stuff, this nuanced stuff. And if you keep making the accusation, like if you keep being simple-minded, I will ask you to leave the game. Because I don't hate you. It's just I'm personally looking for people that can think. And that will not be making false accusations. Like, I'm sorry, you can't see the nuance different, that there is consistency here, but that's a you problem. That's your simple mind not seeing it. It's not that a game master is doing a bad job. The game master is very consistent. Your simple mind is the inconsistency part. Your simple mind is the problem in that situation. So, just saying. I very, especially at this age, at 46, I'm way more picky now. Like I'll still hear players to this day, like, you're picky. It's like they think all players are meant to be picky, but the game master, but no, you meant to do game master. I'm very extremely picky because I know the value of having the right players to start the game with. Right. And it doesn't mean someone who is initially simple-minded can't advance their thinking once you put pressure on them. Not all people that are simple are just simple naturally, but some people come into the hobby where there's no pressure on them to think to begin with. And the thing is, sooner or later, the spell will be broken. If those people come along to my content and they're hearing about all the different games and ideas, they'll find it attractive no matter what. If you're minding it by the simple-minded thinking, you'll find something. So that's it. right? And I've known about this stuff for a long time, so it's like again the storytelling part when I'm like, well, dude, when I entered 1987, guys understood the difference between Pendragon and D&D. They understood Pendragon was storytelling. D&D wasn't. Just boom. And again, like you said there, Mala, some people try to play it as if they think they're being storytellers today, but I'm like, no, no. It's like even Mercer and them aren't really storytelling, and they're not playing a game normal, but they're doing live plays as like a live performance, like a stage play. That's more acting than storytelling purely. They're still like other people. They're going for a walk, and you can tell a story from it. Are they initially storytelling? Matt Mercer is not storytelling. Matt Mercer is acting. That's an improv. Some improv. Some people accuse him of scripting, but whatever. Improv. I'll say improv and not make the accusation. Improv stage play. That's what you're getting. And what's really faulty about live plays is I think they poison how we look at the hobby, because I'm like, well, for most private games, the cameras aren't on people, right? So most players will not act in a positive way towards the game master and keep calm. Like, so it's such a it's an unreal it's not reality. I'm like, these, like, especially Mercer guys, it's not, even forget the accusation of scripting. They're being paid money, and it doesn't look good on them if they overkill argue with the game master. Now, in a private game, players will argue to the end of the world with you, right? And that's common in like over 90% of private games. So if that's not common in live play, that is giving people a picture of gaming they will not experience in most cases when they go to their normal table. It's a complete alternate. It's not reality to what they'll actually go through. So it's creating live plays, creating expectation of gaming that isn't real. Right? It's like those guys are being paid to be happy. Most people will argue. Most people have social issues too. Like you're seeing actors getting paid. Most people are nerds and a lot of people in the hobby are antisocial people. Like, and it's weird because you're in a social hobby, but it's true. Ironically, the hobby draws a lot of antisocial people, right? And it doesn't matter if old school and new school are guilty of this. So what you see in 99% of cases is not what you get when you get to the table. And so there's an expectation created by it's, and I'm not mad at Matt Mercer, just saying I get they don't do this with bad intent. I still to this day would never believe Matt Mercer and his group is doing it to hurt people. They're doing it to make money and entertain people. If you say, "Hey, are you trying to hurt people?" No, I'd actually believe that. I can't see why that would even bother being intention. They're just trying to perform. They probably didn't have the acting careers they wanted, and here they are getting around to with some amateur acting shit and being popular in the hobby. It's I totally get it. That's why a lot of failed actors come to this hobby trying to do live plays. Like most of the people you're seeing that are trying to be high profile are just people that failed to get in Hollywood. These are actors, they did their drama class and they just were not good enough for Hollywood. So they're trying to make a second career here. I totally get it. But what they do, because there's so many elements they do not present in the live game, they give a complete false view of what you're like compared to what you actually experience when you go to game with people. So I think that's really bad. Yeah, I don't think Mercer and them are doing it to be bad. I just think that's a negative outcome of what they're doing, even if they don't intend it. Period. And it breaks up so many games and it drives away so many game masters because it's like 5e is out of the WotC. Oh, well, other than fourth edition, 5e, 3e produced more DMs than 5e ever has. Right? And 5e, man, I would say probably most likely from what I see in person, especially out of all the DMs I've seen produced, 80% have completely stopped DMing. So very few DMs stay long term. And even those have a shelf life. Now, that is really bad because you got a shit loads of players. And in comparison to the players, barely anybody run the game. Go to a con. And cons that are not just like old school cons, like cons that are open to all tabletop role playing games. And you'll notice the old school games all outnumber, even at neutral cons where it should be getting more 5e people. The old school games outnumber vastly the 5e games. And they do that because 5e, 4e, and even with 3e barely produces anybody to run the games. Pathfinder 1e and 2e has the exact same problem, right? You attract a surplus of people to play. You barely produce people to run the games. Major problem. And TSR had that issue with getting a surplus of people coming in around AD&D 1E. And what do you do if you only have hobbyist DMs who just cannot handle the shitload coming in? Gaming is proven a safe place for people to learn social skills and coping skills. Also taught people better planning and preparing response to teach leadership. Not to the majority, though. Most it's good stuff for some people, Bill. There's no doubt. There's some people that's very true for. But as far as learning social skills, most barely play. Most of the antisocial guys remain antisocial. They go through this shit for years. And most of the people that do sort of get along, like after these antisocial people go along, get away, most of them are pretty social to begin with. So there's definitely some. I'm not disagreeing. And even say 5% is pretty impressive. That's with hobbyists, Bill. When you get out to the majority, that's not what they actually experience. Leadership, again, minority people. Still a lot of people. Compared to the majority, though, no, most of them are not good leaders. You're going to flop is most don't have DMs or game masters. Most players that are going to be leaders, like real leaders in the groups, are just people that are naturally already leaders to begin with. You get sometimes you get sort of false nerds taking over roles, but they actually don't improve as leaders going forward. You get maybe 5% in the hobbyist part of the hobby, where there's creatives like us and me and you, Bill, and other people that are good off, and you do see it with them. And that's a fair number of people. You actually see it happen. So it's not that you haven't seen it, Bill, or I'm denying it. But when you get over to 90% of the hobby, no, almost none of that happens. Antisocial people remain antisocial. They don't get taught good leadership. Nothing, because you go from a game we're playing, Bill, which is chess, to downgrading games to bring in more people, and those more people become the majority, and they're going to play a checkers version of what we do, right? Oh yeah, you can use it for the right people. Yeah. If you get a thoughtful people in a business or a company, and you got people that are going to take it serious, and that's their intent, of course. Yeah. It still doesn't speak for the other 90% of people I'm talking about that play checkers. The dumbed down part of D&D, from the old school to the new school. And they are the majority, dude. Like, and I've been out there to see it. I've been out there in the gaming groups with thousands of people. So I've seen the vast majority of people getting into this. Now, people at home with their friends in that, or say doing other limited experiences, they have these limited experiences and they do what a lot of people do, which is I'll say, like, look, I get that you're seeing it with your friends or you're seeing it with smaller groups, but you're probably doing what a lot of humans do, which is assume and fill in gaps, right? So, and Bill, I'm not disagreeing. I think you're actually right about it. Does do that, and there's a number of people it does it for. So, I'm not saying it doesn't. I think we probably, if we get down to nuance in ways, me and you do agree. It just going to the wider majority, like to the, say, you know how a TSR brought in a shitload of people at one point after, like there's us hobbyists. There are some people that are going to be like saying corporate that have better minds or better people around. And that's a lot of people. And all the stuff you're saying is true for a lot of these people. Very true. Very impressed with the hobby for doing that. It's just when you dumb down the game and you dumb it down to sell it to more people, and you get to that vast animal majority, which sadly becomes the majority instead of us hobbyists. They overtake us in numbers. When you look at them, sadly, they're not doing all that stuff, right? And I hate even seeing some of us get caught up in that majority, where you sometimes you just want to filter people out. It's like, dude, and that's why I think my channel's pretty good, Bill. I think you'd appreciate what a guy like me does for the hobby here. At least I'm like a beacon because I talk about all these different things. But if you come across my channel because I talk about all the things me and you like, if a person from the hobby that's from that majority is into what we like, Bill, you know what that tells us? That guy belongs with us. So we can separate that guy from that wider majority. Your friends don't care what I'm saying, right? Yeah, they don't care what you're saying, but you find these ideas creative and cool. Yeah, okay, you're one of us. Get over here, right? And it's I sort of look at the work I do as a way of good separating certain people and getting them too creative, because there's a lot of people in the new school that we think are not that bright, but I'm like, it's not all. But you got to create a place. It's like Miles here. Miles is in with the majority. He really is. His friends are part of the majority. I'm not trying to insult your friends or anybody. Like, you're Miles in the majority, but Miles is like us in more ways than he knows. And the way he's going to know is because I'm putting up hobbyist ideas, creative ideas. If he finds that stuff interesting, what he's going to discover is, okay, dude, you're here. And I'm glad I created a beacon, like a place for you to see, like a flashing light. Like, here, come over here. You belong with us. So I think that's really good for what I do on YouTube, as far as helping people that are like us find us and find what we do. It's like just to explain, like, he might get caught up with WotC, which Miles would, but it's like reminding Miles and people like him, hey, there's a different part of the hobby that was made for you that you don't know about, that you probably aren't aware about, or somebody didn't tell you about. So here, since you've been caught up with the WotC stuff, let me give you a reminder that there's a whole side of the hobby and the hobby was originally made for you. And what you're doing is you're stuck in the checker zone. And I want to show you that you're a chess player and there's a chess game. And the reason you're interested in what you're seeing here, which Miles is because you're meant to be here, dude. Right? So I like that I do draw some new school people in that, and I think you would agree, Bill, which is a very healthy thing, is to be able to separate and find some of these guys that are that majority that are made for this. And it brings new blood in to what we do. In the old school, especially, right? It brings new blood in. It's like, I wish more people were doing that instead of just talking about like just AD&D 1E or something, right? It's like, or calling everybody in the WotC world a tourist or attacking them. I'm like, that's no good, because nerds that are like me and you, Bill, do not dress or do not act like me and you did back in the 80s and 70s. Because in modern times, guys like us are like normies. Like, the nerds are mixed in with everyone else. It's impossible usually to know who's who anymore, right? So the only way you can do it is to sort of put up a light and then just not call everybody on that side stupid completely, right? Like, you got to be able to, even if I say there's animals, I got to be able to talk in this way so guys can hear, like, well, he's saying this, but then he's saying something else. He's saying there's other people there in here. Yes, I'm purposely separating. I understand there's other people in there, so I'll talk that way. I don't just generally say they're tourists and fuck off, because then all you do, you don't grow the old school. There's no new blood coming in. When you tell everyone to fuck off, everybody will. And that includes people that would be with us, people made for what we're here. And that's where it's really necessary, right? Oh, they really are, though. It's so true, Bill. I meet so many nerds that are like us that after I talk to the guys, I realize, you guys, like, when I was a nerd, when I was young, like me, I was a little bit more social, to be honest. But you know what I mean, Bill. You could almost look at certain people and there was a good chance you knew. Hey, D&D? It's so easy to recruit going to places. I'd be able to, like, be at a library, and I know who in the library most of the time. Like, not just people that would peek over, but people that would be like, you D&D guys, because I can almost look that we had a certain look, we had a certain way about us. Now I swear I'm at gaming groups where there's 5e people and they walk in and they all look like normies, right? There's no something sticking out, like, and nobody's just looking like a nerd anymore in the same way. And I have to talk to them, and then once I talk to them, I'm like, I'll like realize that guy, like those guys, a little bit more something. But I'll be like, dude, you're a nerd. I'm like, I'm glad I talked to you. I would have had no idea, right? But hey, if the other way of getting around that, if you can't tell what they look like, well, then put a signal up. Put the YouTube content I'm putting up, and you'll know when I draw those people here. Simple people will not be drawn to my channel, Bill. I guarantee you. And I think you would agree. If you look over around my content, you realize, Steven's a hobbyist, right? He talks about hobbyist topics. So if my channel is appealing to certain people in the new school, it's going to be the right people. And then we can realize we got new blood coming into the old school. And most of the old school content creators, almost all of them, do not do this. They ridicule the entirety of the new school. And the problem is our guys take the insults like it's attacks on them too. So I'd be like, the people that belong with us are in the new school. If they hear tourist, that's an attack on them. Like when you attack that crowd, they take it as because they don't know the difference. It's almost like they have to find me. They have to have the long conversations. They have to hear what I have to say and start realizing, oh, that guy's right. I'm more like them than I am like the rest of the people back there. Yes, you are. And that's good. And I want you to know that's a really great, awesome fucking thing that you are. And there's so many things made for you. It's like you don't even know there's a whole other side to the hobby made for you. That's beautiful and you'll love. And if you haven't tried it yet, fucking let me introduce you, kid. Well, that's another way to do it. But as long as you're doing something, Bill, where it doesn't lead to the attack, like a lot of the other content creators are just calling these people all bullshit. And I'm like, and then they're like, man, I don't get why a 5e person doesn't come along and like talk to us or something. I'm like, I know why. Like, I know why. If you have too much of an ego about certain things, you have to watch how you talk. Like, look, I'm picky about things, and I can be honest about who I think are going to be simple in the hobby, of course. But then I try to nuance that with the way I talk about it. Like, I soft it up and say, but over there, there's these other people. But over there, and I want them to know it's honest talk. It's not me trying to attack everyone. It's just being honest. But I even say the old school has the same issue. So I don't just ding it on the new school. In the old school, TSR drew a whole bunch of people that were very simple and checker players, right? And we would know that more obvious. Now it's just today, it's a lot more mixed in. And so I just want them to know that there's a whole other side to the hobby. And a lot of these guys don't even know. They don't even know. They haven't even tried these games. And I want them to know about it because we need new blood. And it's nice, like personal, like you would get it. You go with the D20 and you might draw a few people towards you. As a YouTuber, I'm trying to do that in a bit bigger scale, right? And just trying to grow our audience because there's a lot of people out there that belong in our audience, right? But there's also what's weird here, Bill. We have a lot of the old school, not so bright D&D people around the old school as well. So not all old school people are hobbyists properly. Like the hobby wasn't even made for them. Like some of the old school guys are from the majority where the hobby wasn't initially made for them either. We're in the real zone though, but a lot of people just think they'll be classified as that, right? I'm like, if you play the game mostly like a board game and you don't care about character development and all that, well, you're probably not one of us. Because character development was happening in original D&D, Beckme, and you see it die out. Like AD&D 1E just about kills it, and then second edition brings it back to life, right? Which is good. But AD&D 1E went so hard trying to simplify the game, and that's If anybody remembers old school D&D, they'll remember one thing Gary Gygax said when he brought out AD&D 1E. He got shitloads of letters from guys, very passionate hobbyists, that were shitting on him for simplifying the game and dumbing down the game for the majority. And they were writing him letters saying, we don't want those people in the hobby. But Gary is trying to make a business. So I sort of understood. I get why they did tournament play. I get why they turned AD&D 1E into like a checkers game on one side. Now, the home game could still be very advanced, but the raw module game is your checkers game, right? And why would they do that? That they're a business. They're trying to make more money, bring in more customers, right? And, TSR only got so far just making games. So they made their original games, so they kept making games. It only really gets you so far. Module's not bad, but really the gameplay had to be simplified to get more DMs in. That's where you get your raw and your module combination. Now, WotC does it with the whole game being simplified to explain everything to you. Like I ran 5e. I finally did. I never ran 3e or 3.5 or 4e. First WotC game I ever ran was 5e last year. And 5e is the same. Man, it's one of the worst experiences I've ever had running a game in my life. And I would suggest to you, Bill, never, ever, ever run a 5e game in your life. Ever. Probably no WotC edition, but I tried the 5e. And the book runs the game. I felt like it was making me stupid. It was so mind-numbing. I was like, I'm not running the game. The book is running the game. In the book, it puts you into a corner. The book is king. Remember how Gary said, because he's talking about the home game. This is what he says in the Dungeon Master's Guide for AD&D 1E, but he's talking for the private at home game, not for tournament play. He's saying the DM is king. Tournament play, the book is king. 5e, the book is king. Right? And the bad rule lawyer gimmick only shows up with AD&D 1E, and it's related to raw gameplay because those people used to raw gameplay. The players look at the book as authority. In 5e players look at the book as the authority over the game. That's why when you don't do something by the book, that's not what it says in the book, but what does that tell you right away? That means the player sees the book as authority over you. So that's where Gary didn't explain himself that well. He should have made it clear that what he meant was the at-home game, the DM is king, because at the tournament play, the book is king. Raw is book is king. And I'm not wrong about that. That's why you get the sort of bad rule lawyer. That's when you hear about rule lawyers. Like the idea of a rule lawyer first is not that bad. They're not even a rule lawyer, but they're a guy who knows about the rules. So they'd be helpful to the DM. And there usually be a positive relationship between players and the DM that would know a lot. They'd be like, oh, dude, I think you missed this. It says you're supposed to do this. And the guy would be like, oh, right. Or he'd be like, no, dude, I'm going to rule and just say, we're going to do that for now tonight. I'll make a decision later. Now, an old school rule lawyer would be like, or somebody who knew the rules well, that was an assistant player like that, they'd be like, okay, cool. Want to know why? Want to know why it would just be solved like that? DM is king. DM is authority. So he give the heads up to the DM. The DM says otherwise. Okay, cool. Yep. AD&D 1E, you finally get this concept of a rule lawyer that when the DM says, oh, do this. Well, that's not what it says in the book, man. That's wrong. Yeah, but I'm authority. No, that's what you're supposed to do in the book, too. One rule and 3 books before they decided what to do. I played 5e. It was just roll for this, roll for that. They stopped the game for 45 minutes to look. That happened in tournament. I can tell you that I actually have a story, Bill. If you actually track back in my streams, you'll hear about a 45-minute story from I played in a raw AD&D 1E game with I forget what his name is now, but I did the story in the actual tournament. The exact same story. AD&D 1E Raw. I'm on a horse, and we had beat these raven type creatures. And I knock one down, but he's not completely dead, the bird thing. I'm like, okay, I'm going to ride my horse over it. The guy took about 45 minutes to make a ruling and decided just to do the kick damage. Because there's nothing in the book that says you ride over something and here's what the damage is. And this was an AD&D 1E DM. But he was one of these raw guys, not real Dungeon Master module runner. It took him 45 minutes because I said I'd ride over the creature with my horse. 45 minutes of sweating. Now, 5e, I get the same thing. 5e is because you got to look up in the book. This is where I say the book is king. So you're describing what I told you is the book is king. Now, what I did was just be very smart. I've done Rollmaster. If Philo was here, he'd totally get what I'm saying. I took the Rollmaster approach, which Chartmaster, which is I know if I see a lot of things that I'd have to look up, I just start making all the notes I need possibly for that game with the characters on paper where I can reach it right away. Like Rollmaster can be good, but if you try to play or chart, what some people call Chartmaster, if you try to run Rollmaster out of the book, oh fuck, man, oh fuck, you're gonna blow the game up, and you get yourself out of the flow, Bill. That's why old school games, to keep you in the flow, say rulings over rules, so you keep going and stay in the flow. That's why rulings over rules is always necessary, because if you need to stop to look up a rule, don't worry about it, check it later, go with the ruling on the spot, right? Keep the flow. But in the new school, they don't think of flow gameplay. So yeah, I can see 5e is expected. So I took my experience from Rollmaster and just noted a bunch of stuff to save myself from looking up in the book. But yeah, I think maybe once it took me about 5 minutes to look something up, and I was very clever. I'll keep players talking while I'm looking something up. I'll be like, all right, guys, so what about this? Get them to talk. And I was able to look something up and keep the flow going. But it's just, that's my experience, though. That's me lucky playing it off. But still, it pained me that I had to look something up to begin with, right? I'm like, I just, because if I tried to rule on that, I knew they wouldn't be happy, because they expect the book to call the shots. The book is the authority. The book is king. Like AD&D 1E with Raw and the module. I actually had the story up, and I think 2 of my streams I talk about it, where it was a Raw 1E AD&D DM, and it was the first time I had experienced the combination of Raw and module, and I'm playing in that guy's game, and all I did was something I did not mean to trip him up. There was no bad intent. I just thought he'd make a ruling. I'd like a quick one. He's going to ride my horse over. I mean, finally, he says just roll like a 1d6 or something. But I mean, it took, I'm not kidding you, Bill. AD&D 1E Raw with module, 45 minutes. 45 fucking minutes to decide how much damage I did with a horse riding over a fucking little bird creature. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Guy took a bathroom break and everything. And when he came out of the bathroom break, he was still looking at the book. I was like, dude, what do you look like? Is there pages of this? I'm thinking to myself, there's no reason he should still be reading. But I realized he was having a hard time making a decision, because there's nothing in the book that says clearly. He's looking at the DMG guide too, to see if, even if it's not in the monster thing, does it tell you how to deal with it? And it's like, this guy is a guy who does not know how to run a game. And that's what happened with a lot of guys that were Raw modules. They did not know how to run a game. They needed the Dungeon Master guide to, like, what do I do if it doesn't say it in the book? Like, that's how much this guy needed to have the book run the game. Like, even the idea of rulings over rules was just not well drilled into his head. I couldn't believe it. This guy was going for advice on how to deal with it. If I do something, it doesn't directly say to the monster. I'm like, oh my. And I mean, I felt bad. I kept saying, dude, I could do something else. I won't do that. He said, no, don't worry about it. Because I'm realizing like 20 minutes in, like, I'm like, oh shit, guys, I'm sorry about this. I didn't mean to do this to him. I don't think it's in the book. I probably made a mistake. And they're like, well, no, he should be able to deal with it. And they're not being forgiving with him. And it made him look bad. It made him look bad. And I felt bad. Because now as a guy that I don't look to ever make a DM or game master look bad. I feel terrible. Black Rose, good evening. Absolutely wonderful bunch of Master Crafted +5 humans brought Coke. Well, at least it's the right kind of Coke, right? But yeah, as Bill, that one poor DM, I felt so bad. I felt so bad because I always have a thing where my aim is to make you look like a champion, even if you're a bit of a shitty DM. Right? Even if you have a shitty night, I'll try to make you look good because I just don't believe in tripping people up. It's like, look, if I play in your game, I don't have a good experience, I'll make you look like a champion that night. Maybe I'll just pass going forward. Right? But I just do not look to sabotage people. And so I felt like shit. It was like, I just thought I thought it was so simple that he'd tell me to roll a 1d6 or something. And at the 45-minute mark, I almost think it was because I finally said to him, dude, I could probably 1d6 would probably be enough damage. He's like, yeah, it's for the kick. Okay. Oh my fuck. I felt so bad for him, but that was me running into, which was a surplus of these raw module AD&D 1E DMs. They were guys that were rushed into the gimmick because TSR was going to have a surplus of players coming into the hobby. Right. And the hobbyists never produced. We produced a small number of DMs to handle a small hobbyist part of the hobby. When TSR was going to blow up with AD&D 1E, they just did not have a foundation to blow up with. And imagine bringing a bunch of people in to play the game and there's no PlayStations. Like, imagine how crippling that would have been to TSR. Like, you get shitloads of people wanting to play the game, almost nobody there to run it. That's why the tournament play was so necessary. Now, tournament play has been used years later. The raw thing, it's simple guys that don't realize just how simple the gameplay is. Like, if they understood, like the bros are, I said, if they understood what they were promoting, they'd be embarrassed. If they understood why tournament play was a thing and the shared world gimmick was, it's to make it look like a thing, but really the shared world gimmicks were just like time gimmicks that he really wanted you to consider at your at-home game, not really to make it an open world thing. I said if the bros are understood just how simple, stupid the tournament thing was to bring in DMs that had no fucking talent or skill, they'd stop promoting this. Because this is for the fucking dumbest people in the hobby. I'm like, dude, I'm like, bros are, you're not geniuses. You are promoting the most simple shit ever. Should have taken some sort of moral check in the rider animal checking. Could have done all that. You could have made those decisions. But this guy just didn't know. He never thought to make decisions on his own. Could have done exactly what you're saying, Philo. Could have said, fuck, I'll do this. A real game master can just think in the way you're thinking, Philo. And then just make a decision to get you to do it. Right? But when you got to these raw match with module DMs, they couldn't make up an adventure. They have to run the adventure pre-made for them. Exactly it is. And this is where you get the hard railroad guys too, right? Because they just weren't real game masters. They weren't real DMs. And it's just that AD&D had 1E just required it. They had so many players coming in that you have no time to build up DMs. DMs could take a year or 2 or 3 to develop into something decent and good or stay around. So if you have a surplus of players coming in within a month, you don't have time for 3 years. And you don't have enough DMs to cover the players coming in. So how do you quickly develop what we call a PlayStation? Rush them in with the pre-made modules and raw. Per good idea at the time. Oh, if it's a good idea, but it's either way. It's more on the DM. We're talking about the DM here, Philo, which is, I get you. I'm with you. But a real DM can just think freely like that. Like a real game master can just understand the game and would not need to be handheld. So we're not criticizing. Like we're not talking about players right now, but I get what you're saying. But imagine having a guy who knows nothing about game mastering, and you have a game mastering system, tournament play, raw AD&D 1E with modules, and it literally the guy running the game because he has no talent for it, almost no experience. He has to have the game handhold him through DMing. So the idea that he would give out more experience, no, that guy, this new majority of DMs back at the time, would have gave you exactly the XP the book said. That'd be it. If the book, and I remember this guy even said a few times they were trying to use spells in different ways. Like the book doesn't say you can do that, so no. And the players would get upset with him because it just meant that what they realized right away is you cannot be creative with this guy. If the book doesn't say it, the guy simply will not do it. A GM should know the rules well enough to tweak and break them. Oh, we agree. But imagine most guys. Now, Philo, I think you would agree. I would hope you agree because this is just true. Not everyone can take that role. Not everyone has the mind to be a game master. And that's why usually in your social group, the idea is the best guys step up to run games, right? And you get your best guy. And if there is another player that will run, it's usually that guy has some qualities too that are similar. He's been playing long enough. He sort of picks up the idea of game master. He might give the game master a break and run the game on the side, one shots or something like that. But usually your best people are the people that step up. And not everyone has a mind for running these games. Imagine, but also, Philo, imagine in our hobby, how do people look at the guys that can run the games? In the hierarchy, we're up here and respected, right? But imagine you're a guy who's not capable of doing that, but you want the same political or social respect in the hobby. Like imagine you want to have the same respect. You're not capable of it, but you want the same respect. That's when you go to raw AD&D 1E and modules. And you're a guy who's not really capable of being a proper DM, but you could pretend to be one. And now you can have people take you serious for being something in a way that you're really not. You're not really capable of properly doing this, but you want that same respect. And guess what? The players do look at the game masters with respect, especially back in the old school. You're up here, you get respect. Imagine guys who are not capable of it, but they can pretend to be it. That's what you get there. And you get a lot of that with the forums. And we have a whole history. There's a lot of YouTubers here. I'm not picking, but guys who are not that capable, who also want to be taken serious. And sadly, there's a lot of people in our audiences that relate with those kinds of people. That's why you get the yes men, you get all this shit, right? XP, when a DM has to learn the ropes, it's easy to adjust to a level of circumstances. That way, action and good decisions are rewarding at higher levels. I've only encountered that type of GM in Pathfinder Adventure Pass. Do not stick around long for that. Oh, AD&D 1E DMs were like that, like shitloads of them, DK. Shitloads of them. I started back in 87. I was in the public gaming. Before I started even DMing, I was joining games. Now I'm my one DM, but we were just second editions just coming out. So most of the guys still established are AD&D 1E guys. And I'm joining these guys that were running it raw with modules. And I tried the Temple of Elemental Evil, some other modules I wasn't impressed with. But it was mostly, at least at the time before second edition really establishes, it's mostly just tournament raw guys, right? And man, I'm glad I had my mentor DM, because if it wasn't for him, the amount of guys who were not capable of reading real DMs that were there was ugly. Like it was DK. It was so disturbing. Guys who could not think out of the box and do anything. The guy who did the 45-minute thing, he was not the only one, but it's just he's the only one that I tripped up. Once I realized how these guys were, I just never asked. I seriously, it made me stop playing better too, because it started hurting me for playing for a while, because I'm going into these guys' games and I need to dumb down my gameplay, because I realized anything outside the box, these guys cannot handle at all. And I mean, trust me, there's very few Pathfinder DMs compared to AD&D 1E DMs. So in reality, there was more of these fakes back in the old school than there ever was, say, in the new school Pathfinder, right? Pathfinder just didn't develop many of these guys, but they exist there. So I'm not going to deny that what you say is true. Some guys exist there for Pathfinder, but where you meet a shitload of these guys, and it was TSR doing it, so they had to develop DMs because AD&D 1E, they knew it was going to blow up. They knew TSR was actually well aware of this. Actually, D&D and Beckme actually did pretty good. They knew there was a call for a new edition. They knew it was going to get new people, and they were going to invest time into making this a big thing. So this was going to be something where TSR and Gary actually knew it was going to blow up. So what do you do if you're going to bring in a shitload of new players? But again, you have only the hobbyist DMs who cannot handle that many people coming in at all. Meaning you would have a shitload of players that could not play your game. What do you do? And we know, even from what these guys are, everyone has to develop into a proper DM, right? Especially the public DMing. And now public DMing, we have some home guys, but you're going to have a shitload of players that don't have built-in groups. It's going to be the 90% of new players are going to come in are going to be public people. They're not going to have built-in friend groups, and they're going to be looking to play the game. So where do they have to put most of the games? At the stores and at other places like cons with the tournament play. Well, let's see here. Oh, I'm seeing a couple comments here. Okay, see them. Thank you. I'm interested in seeing how WotC ship description-based games. I think they want to phase out the human DM AI DM. Well, okay, cool. I see that with Coochie. Coochie, I mentioned this. I have 2 videos up about this. I mentioned this because it was Condor. When I mentioned it, and I said this 2 years before everybody else did, I mentioned it, and they all said right away. I had all the YouTubers that wanted to comment on me at the time. Not every single YouTuber, but a bunch of the guys coming out. Bullshit. There'll be no AI DMs. Bullshit. Most of them won't say my name, but all attacked the idea I put out that week in the video. No one had ever talked about it before at that point, and I knew I was early to it because the reason is I knew Hasbro had invested in AI stuff already, and I knew most of the content creators didn't know that. So I was like, I think we're gonna there's a possible AI DM stuff coming up, and probably like an AI assistant to DMing. I talked about it, and of course, Condor's full of shit. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do this. 2 years later, everyone talks saying exactly what I said as if it were complete fact, but they were the first to it. Some of them were like, yeah, we're probably the first people talking about the idea. No, dude, remember 2 years ago when you said it was full of shit and not going to happen when I said it? Yeah, I was way ahead of you. I was 2 years ahead of you on that. Sorry, way ahead of pretty much 100% of you, way ahead of you. Like I always am on just about every fucking topic. Let's be real. So I was 2 years ahead. They all said I'm crazy. And even the audience was saying, that's stupid. That's not going to happen. That's bullshit. I even said to them, I said, you'll say that, but I said, here's what I guarantee. In the next year or two, a bunch of you will be talking about AI DMs, and you'll talk like it's fact. I'm just ahead of this, guys, on you. And I was telling them that Hasbro had already invested in AI. And they, no, he's full of shit. He's full of shit. I said, all right, well, I'm ahead of this. You guys are going to say that there's no chance of an AI DM. They were saying, like, you won't see an AI DM for like 10 years. And I said, no, man. I said at the time, AI is rapidly evolving. I said, you're probably going to hear about AI DMs in the next, and I even said it in time. I said 3 to 5 years was my prediction. But I think it's even rapidly faster than that, right? Oh, Frank Computer's great. I hear you almost got that to a degree already going on, the Philo. I think it's already done the friend computer thing. Here's what I would say. The more, here's where AI can take over. AI right now could run AD&D raw with a module. AI DM could run 5e from the book. So when you don't make your game about performance, which is like what Philo's mentioning with performance and making decisions. Black Rose mentioned it. I'm a performing DM. When it's performing DMing, that could be very challenging for an AI to copy, at least currently. But if you make it raw with a module, like AD&D 1E focused on, okay, AI can do that now. AI can do that now. Forget in a year or two. It actually could have done it probably last year. So it's even advanced beyond the stage it was last year. So now it can really do it and probably do it pretty well. Right? Could it run 5e? Yeah, it could run 5e. Right now, it could run 5e as it is, because 5e is book rules. So as long as the book is running the game mostly, AI can run that game. The second you get down to performance, like decision making, AI has more trouble copying that. So the more you put it on performance, skill, and talent, then the AI can't just copy that form of game mastering. But then if you go to that form of game mastering, all the guys who would be tournament raw module guys from AD&D 1E that have no talent, the reason a lot, like you'll hear some guys that are very they stick to AD&D 1E. It's the best ever. Blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, you only stick to AD&D 1E because you can't run any other game. That's your issue. Like, I know you're not telling the public the truth, but your issue is you can't really extend yourself to too many other games. That's why a lot of you will stick to AD&D 1E or even the 5e guys. Why do so many people stick to 5e? Because it's like players that are very simplistic gameplay. I'm like, over here, you have to think. That's why you're not touching these games. These are hobbyist games. And this is, in this game mastering over here, like, this is, you need skill and talent to get this right and do well. Now, some people, again, you'll get some generic people that will run a game in a way the designer does not intend, and they run it poorly. Like Cyberpunk has that issue where, and I'm not saying, I know other people here run them pretty well. I'm not saying that, but I've seen personally guys run Cyberpunk in a way where it doesn't feel like Cyberpunk anymore at all. It's very generic, but it's not because the game is generic. It's because the guy just doesn't do what the designer intends. No spotlighting, no nothing, right? I slapped a basic fantasy adventure and Wig Star Wars adventure into a chat GPT, and it did okay. It kept making stuff up. That wasn't using general D&D stuff. I'll stick with a human being. But still, it can do most of that, but it can't do the pure performance. It's still taking book stuff. It's still like basic fantasy is a lot of organized, but yeah, and especially solo play. It can do solo play, no problem. If you gave it 5 players, it starts falling apart. And even they admit that. Even the AI guys admit that right now, right? Yeah, because Miles, you'll find out you can do it. And now you got to be someone with a mind to do it, Miles. But yeah, you develop your characters better. You'll have a deeper experience. You connect with the game more. And you're more in your mind. And you get into a flow in every part of the game. And everything I just said, you can't do that with the other way around. So that flow is important in every part of the game. Connecting to your characters and to the game elements, very important. Can't do that with the other gaming styles. So those things are cut off from you. Like you're playing checkers with the other way. Chess is a deeper evolved thing, and if you have a mind for it, you'll be in, and you'll be deeper in your imagination. You'll be deeper in the flow. And yes, I would argue that's a million times better experience than playing the checkers version of a tabletop role playing game. I use some AI to make a plot twist, but very strict and have Discord most of the suggestions, yet some are good. Oh, yeah, you could come up with plot twist, but then you got to run it. I mean, if it's for a private game, who cares? If it's for something you're selling, that's when people get really picky about that stuff. Also use AI to make art, handout, character. Nothing wrong if it's for private stuff. And if you hear AI, people that have an issue with AI out there having a problem with your private use of it for you and your friends or the people you're gaming with, I mean, I think there's a minority of them. I think even some of the people that have issues with AI would agree with my stance on this. Like, even they're like, well, yeah, we don't care if it's private, just don't make money off the AI shit is what they're big on. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Just deeper experience. You just can't get it. Like, you're in your mind, you're in the flow. Now, the flow gaming I talk about, you can't get with just rolling the dice and doing the simple gameplay. Not the same way. The imagination, you can't be deeply in your imagination unless you're using your imagination and using your mind a lot. So flow combo with being inside your head a lot properly. Yeah. And then proper character development. That takes more thinking, more effort. But when you develop a character, you connect with them more. The combination of that stuff is all stuff you can't do with the checker version of the game. So it's a very simple. You get flow moments in combat. You're lucky if you develop a character at all. Very simplistic stuff. And a lot of times you're not going to be in your imagination. You might be the guy thinking about your phone. You mentioned the horse trampling thing. I literally added that as a note in mounted combat to a game I'm making. Just don't get cut. Nazi, you're a younger guy. Rulings over rules. Learn just what these guys said earlier. Know the basic rules to your game, the basic stuff, right? Now, once you know what medium damage might be, like you can sort of get that idea in your head, the basic rules of your game, then have the confidence to make a decision. Now, if you make a decision at something specific, make a note of it, of course. Well, I said 1d6 for this, of course. Rule it, push it forward, have the confidence and make the decision. And don't get stuck trying to look it up. And have that as a rule too. If something's going to take too long to look up, just say, okay, making a ruling on it now. I'll look it up after the game. And most times, if there's just nothing for it, again, you got to make a decision anyway. So don't get caught up. Don't be the guy sitting there for 45 minutes. Just understand that you're breaking flow. You can't break flow. Flow is if you have your players focused on playing. Say you get your players with their phones put away. Your players aren't talking to character. And your players are playing and they're talking in character and they're focused on what's happening. You want that to continue. Do not see that and not understand what you have happening. Have the wisdom to understand you are in a flow in that moment. That's important because that flow is not easy to get back to. So do not underestimate it. Don't have to learn the hard way. Understand you're in a flow, right? And if people go to their phone or go to the game, you can break that flow of gameplay. And the more you break it, the more tedious the session becomes. That's why 3 hours into a game that keeps breaking away from flow gets boring. But if you stay in flow, that's how you get an 8-hour session where time flies by and you have a good time. Right? Right? Very important stuff. Stop being mentioned here. Pay attention to it. It's all fucking gems and gold. Philo, Black Rose. These guys are experienced game masters. They're experienced game masters, including myself. Bill is another guy who has some wisdom. Like these guys they all get it. So if they're saying like, focus this, I might give some more XP. They're saying stuff that if it sounds foreign to you, pay attention anyway. Ask questions to me. Ask questions to them, right? Also add a knockdown or a stun to a person being hit by a horse. See, Philo's just talking about randomly just adding it in confidently without needing to worry about looking everything up because he has the confidence to understand the game elements and stuff like that. Rules are for trampling AD&D second is neat, simplistic. Smaller creatures being trampled may make a savings throw to jump out of the way or take 1d4 damage for each size. If you know this stuff off by heart, go for it. But if you don't ever sit there for 5 minutes looking it up. Like if you're just like, okay, I don't see, fuck it, I'll make a decision. Just make a decision. Like, I mean, look, you're going to use your common sense anyway. So use your common sense, make a decision. If you sit there looking it up and you break flow, you need to get better as a game master. That's a terrible fucking decision. And I hope you learn from it if you do it. but you got to get better because you're breaking flow for a very silly reason. It's unnecessary to break the game over something like that. Shipped, but we're talking about second edition Black Rose. So it depends. It depends. They all change little rules over which editions. You have to ask who's people want in what game. It surprises me how many small rules get changed from one edition to the next. Even from the 2024 version to the I think 2015 or 2014 version of 5e. Succeeded, the controlling player can shift position either side of the way, but they lose, they save. Trampling creatures can decide where to displace the victim and knock you out. I understand, at the time I'm doing that 1E game, it was an 88, and I'd still not DM my first session. I was 8 years old. 8 years of age. Never DM before. See, but I mean, if you don't know this stuff, if it's taking you too long, don't be the nerd that thinks you need to get this information and break the game. It is best, and to know that's more necessary than getting. And sometimes you can just forget shit, even if you know the rules pretty well. So it's just going to happen. That's life, right? But understand flow is more important. When you get a situation where there is no good rule, you have to make something up. You just play many games. Systems help a lot. If you do, yep. If you do, but if you haven't done that, the idea is just to use your common sense. It's not hard. It's not hard to know. It's like, okay, if somebody kicks or something, it's 1d4 or 1d6. No, fuck it, I'll make it 1d6. Like, if you think that's blowing the game up, you're taking the game too serious. Like, your mind has just become junk. You've turned the mush. You've turned the game into something it shouldn't be. It's good to know rules or remember them if you can. You don't have to be perfect. That's what the game is telling you. It's about the experience, not about being a nerd and breaking the experience to get something right, to be very that specific. It is about the experience. Use your common sense. Your common sense is usually, even if it was like, oh, I said 1d6, but it says 1d4 here after the game. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? You didn't say 10d6, did you? Well, then who gives a fuck? Well, that's worse. What I do is I just say, DM, just make a rule. Like, even see, that's another DM is doing here. Nolte had a bad DM at that point, or the guy was in bad DM zone. All right, he doesn't have to do what you said, but he does have to understand that he can't just keep trying to look it up. Like a good DM, it doesn't. You have to. The DM has to understand he doesn't have to agree with you. It's still his right to say he can ignore what you're saying. That's authority. That's DM authority. If the DM doesn't know, he does not have to agree with a player. That's fine. There's actually nothing wrong with that. So if a player said, "Oh, I said it, no, shut the fuck up, player. You don't have the authority. How much work do you do on the game? I made a character. Yeah, all right, suck my dick. You have no fucking authority. If he wants to tell you to fuck off, he can. But should he keep looking up a rule? No. But should he fucking ever have to sit there and feel like a player has authority to see? You should have just done what I told you. No, player. You don't got that kind of authority. You make the game? No. Are you running it for all these different people and doing all that work? No. You made a character and you're only focused on your own personal thing, which is really easy, like breathing air? Yeah. All right, suck my ass and shut the fuck up. You have no authority. And you can suggest your thing, but if he says no, okay, smile. Yep. Because he has authority to do that. But his terrible decision isn't ignoring what you said. Where you should criticize him is saying it shouldn't matter if he ignored you or not. The bad DMing part is him taking too long to look something like that up. Oh, then he has to learn. I hope he learned. And he has to learn from it. It needs to be something where you call it out pretty early. It's good to actually call that out. So I hate it when I hear people in the hobby because I'm like, you're soft handing something that's not good for the guy. I'd be like, well, look, I'm not going to shit on that guy. It's a second session. I'd be like, no, this is when you shit on him. He'd be like, well, why? Isn't that mean? I'm like, well, all right, well, here, what's mean? We won't shit on him. He'll keep fucking up. And maybe slowly over time, he'll keep fucking up and being a terrible DM, but maybe in a few months to a year, he'll get it. Or you shit on him now and he starts improving right away. And not shit blow up on him, but get at him. Like, man, you should have been, just make a decision, move on. Like, somebody just needs to call it out. I'm not saying like talk crap, but it's like, a call out criticism at that point. You should have made a decision. Should have been the necessary thing to point out to him. Well, that's it. And it's like, use your common sense too. Because it's like, look, dude, you're not going to say with the horse thing. We're just giving an example. You're not going to say, okay, player, roll 10d6. Come on. Your common sense, if you know at least a little bit about the game, should save you. And you should be more confident that your common sense is okay. And it's like, you get some DMs out there where, oh, if it's, man, what if it was a D4 and you called it a D6? Fuck off. Fuck off with that bullshit. Did you call for 10d6? No. Who gives a fuck? The experience means more than the perfect accuracy in a situation like that. Now, do you correct yourself afterward? Take the time outside of the session, and for the sake of your players and the respect you have for them, get it right going forward and learn that you should have maybe had that information handy, or maybe you want to relearn it to improve your job going forward. Of course you do. But for the sake of that session, the good decision is ruling, and you need to understand that ruling thing is important going forward. And that will always be the decision you should be making in using your common sense. And as long as you do that and you keep a good flow of the game, you'll maintain the trust of your players, and your players aren't going to hanker on you for making, like, as long as, look, if you say D6 and D4, most players do not care. Now, if you're calling for something ridiculous and your players later know, man, that wasn't even close to the thing, then you can be questioned and lose trust. But you're not going to lose trust by, hey, man, would you have rather me like take 25 minutes to look up the rule? Most players be like, no, it's cool. I'm happy that you kept going. It just, people overthink this shit. They do. Performance is more important than exacts. And most old designers knew that. So in almost every game, even in parts of D&D, you would get advice from people like Gary that are telling you that move the game along. Why are they saying this? Because a good game master knows that the experience always trumps these, and just use your common sense. So just trust that you're not that stupid, because you're not. Right? Well, it makes sense in the situation. We're looking at rules best made between sessions or during break time. I mean, you respect people. You want to make sure you're correcting it afterwards, right? Yeah, sometimes you actually learn that maybe the decision was better. But none of the experienced guys all know what I'm saying is right, but they're also nerds. Like, Philo has done the ruling, Black Rose has done the ruling, but they also do the proper thing. Philo will go look up the rule afterwards, outside of the game session. Black Rose will go look, but now they're better informed. Notice that Black Rose can explain the rule to you, better informed. Philo, rules where he had to go look it up, he's better informed now. So of course you get better at the knowledge. You go look things, you properly fix any mistakes you made, or something where you think you should have known something, or you just didn't know because there's a lot to know, so you don't know everything. So you go better your knowledge. But it really is important because that flow part, the quality of the experience, is the key to what you're doing. Like that is really it. It's more necessary than the story you tell afterwards. It's more necessary than getting every detail right. The experience is the key. That's the key to all gaming. It is that pure in-game experience, in the flow, in the imagination. And a good game master with real experience will know that I am right. They'll understand the nights where that has happened for their players. That was the best gaming sessions their players had. The more you keep it in the flow, keep it in the mind, your players have a better time. And so, an experienced game master should always be advising you to lean more into that than to do something that leans away from. But it doesn't mean be careless. Doesn't mean don't look up stuff afterwards. But just don't be like your DM that was looking up a rule for like whatever amount of time. Oh my. That's rulings over rules. This is why it's a big time promoted thing with real old school people. And old school people just appreciate it. And they're also clever. Philo's telling you, like Philo's the guy who's meant to be game mastering. Black Rose the guy who's meant to be game mastering. If you have the mind for it, you're not intimidated at all because it's just all kinds of things you could do. Well, you don't remember the rule for trampling. Oh, fuck it, I'll do it a moral thing, or I'll do this, right? it, everyone's made the mistake. There's nothing wrong. That's completely right, Black Rose. Everybody is going to have made mistakes where they have to learn. It took too long looking that up, right? And once you realize you took too long, you realize it's something you can't keep doing. See, it's learning from mistakes is very important. Nothing wrong with making them. Most learn them. Most usually learn them on their own, but some guys don't. Some guys, I know guys that will DM a game master in a mediocre way for like 20 or 30 years. And you can meet them, but they're like, yeah, I've been in the hobby for 30 years, DMing for 30 years. And I'm like, all right, let me try your game. Like, dude, I can't tell that you've been around for 30 years. Because the guy, and this happens to some people. I've met some DMs who really just play at home with their friends, and their friends never call them out. And it's just, they get into terrible bad habits, and they just keep them. They just keep them for like 30 years. It's just the players don't call them out. They don't pick up on it being a problem. And they actually think, here's what happens to a lot of players and even some DMs. They actually think the mediocre experience that they have is actually the way you have it. And they actually think that's good gaming. I've met players that have played that way for 30 years. I'm like, okay, you're new. You just moved out here. Yeah, I've like played with my friend for like the last like 30 or so years. Want to join my game? Sure, man. I need a game to play. Yeah, I'll do that. I've never really played with anybody else before, but sure, I'll try it. I'm like, okay, cool. The guy comes into my game, and he's like, fuck, that was amazing. I was like, oh, man, well, I'm hope I live up to what your DM was doing for you. He's like, dude, I've never played a session like that in my life. I didn't even know you can like be in your head the entire time. And I've met a lot of guys like that, to be honest, where what I realize is they've been stuck and they've been in a bubble. They didn't know there was actually better gaming. They actually played with a guy for like 30 some years and they thought they were playing a hot game. And the guy tells me, when I see the reason I'm telling this guy, one of my first early experiences of having this happen, I was like 21. And I'm saying, like, I hope I was as good as your DM, because he bragged about his DM being really good, really liked my DM. And he's like, yeah, my DM is not even, he was just honest. He's like, my DM is not even half as good as you are. It's like, it's not I'm not trying to boost myself up. It's just the guy had been through so much mediocre gaming and he was living in a bubble and he had no idea that there was better. And by the time he runs into me and plays my game finally, he's like, wow, I didn't even know you could do what you just did. Like, he's like, I've been playing a game where I guess we thought this was great. I've never done anything like I just did tonight. Like, I was like, And that wasn't the first time that happened to me, but that's the first time I really had it pointed, like really stick out in my mind. I met other guys over the years that were same thing. They get to my game, man, I've been playing with this guy for like 20 years. I didn't know it could be this good. And I started realizing there's a lot of guys in this hobby that get stuck in this mediocre experience. And they don't even know they're in it. Like I met so many guys that don't know because they'll think their mediocre experience really, really is good, like really up here, but they don't know it's like here, and they have not had an experience up here yet. They don't even know up here exists. They don't even know up here is a real thing. They think this is here, and that's all they know is this. So they have nothing to compare what they've been doing to. Right. So by the time they get into my game, they're just like, shit, because like flow, like little things like being inside the mind most of the time, right? Like I'm not picking on miniature guys, but I knew a couple miniature guys that played a lot of board gaming, not in their minds as much, looking at their pieces, moving around. Then played just a few sessions with me with pure theater of the mind, going, that is wildly awesome. Because they didn't realize their imaginations could go so deep. They didn't know that being in the head, in the flow, in the mind was so awesome. Right? They had no idea that was a gimmick in the game. They had to meet a guy who just did it. Oh, Coochie. Let me see what Coochie's saying over here. Sorry, Coochie. Let's see. I just scroll up and down to get his things to refresh. I don't know why Coochie, I've taken you off of every block I could. And for some weird reason, I don't know if you just have multiple accounts or something. YouTube does this to you. And I think it's YouTube, not me. It's not me for sure. Try to mimic them unreachable standards because they are professionals that get played and players have a good night. They're not even professionals. And I'm not trying to down on them, Coochie, but you got to remember their players are getting paid to not complain. I'm like, look, I have nothing against Matt Mercer, but imagine putting him in the game. But immersion, I think this one counts. See, here's what I would say is imagine Matt Mercer in a private game where players are going to get really shitty with him for mistakes. He makes mistakes all the time, but just imagine players blowing him up. Imagine him going through the same difficulties a normal DM would go through. Or even Brandon Mulligan. You want to see two DMs trip up, collapse, and have their minds shaken? When you say they're professionals, dude, I'm better than they are. I'm not going to brag. I've been doing this longer. They're not professionals. They're guys with paid actors that are professional improv people that are there to make them look good and not complain. To even use that term to describe them is a false way of looking at them. I'm not trying to attack. I know there's people that like them. I'm not trying to attack these guys. They're decent in their thinking. All this type of stuff. I'm not saying that's not true, but the idea that they're professional DMs, no, they're not. Guaranteed. That's a fact that they're not. They're just guys that do not face the same challenges. They have an easy role in what they do. They have players that will not make them look bad on camera. They have nobody testing them, right? And even the tests that they do get are very minor, right? So it's not saying that they have to boom, but they have actors that are improving. They stick to a lot of acting. It's Coochie, what you're seeing is a false throne. Like they're sitting on a cardboard box, but they've tricked you into thinking they're sitting on a throne. You see a throne, but in reality, it's a box. That's all they're sitting on. And they're no different than any other DM. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying I'd like to see those two challenged by real players, challenging them, calling them out, tripping them up, fucking them up. I want to see how those two handle a private, real game where fucking people take them to the cleaners. Because I'm a public game master, and not like even the guys at home sometimes have it easy with their friends. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I see some at home guys come out to the public and they get torn to pieces. They run pretty good for their friends, and they try public gaming where, guess what? Strangers do not have the same connection with you. and they're gonna fucking go hardball on you, right? So I want to see. I see a lot of at-home game masters come out and get torn to pieces in public, right, by strangers that do not like. Your friends might be nice to you. Paid actors might be nice to you. But what happens when you come out to the 90%, the real part of the hobby, where you're going to game with strangers that aren't connections you made? They're not even fellow YouTubers. They're not nothing, no live play shit. Private with strangers that you don't have a connection with, and you're going to have to build that up through gaming with them. But initially, they do not have the same reason to be nice to you. They're just going to be people that play the game. They're going to call shit out. I want to see how Matt Mercer and that Brandon guy would be under those conditions. Here are some strangers that don't give a fuck about you. They're not your friends. They're not being paid. This is private. These guys are really picky fucking nerds. Good luck, Matt Mercer. I want to film that without you even know you're being filmed. And I want to see how professional you are under these conditions. I say the two of them would get eaten a fucking alive. You want to see mediocre DMs, Matt Mercer and Brandon Lee Mulligan, would be put over a fucking fence and done for. Most at-home game masters, which is like 10% of the hobby, take them out to the public. They get hung over a fence in a heartbeat. They'd have no chance. Most of the guys at home that have friends, they don't realize just how nice their friends are to them. I'm like, your friends are holding back more than you'll ever know, right? Like, if I'm a public game master, I could tell at home game guys all the time, your friends, you have an easier time than you'll ever fucking imagine. If I take you out to real nerds that they're not your friends, you're not paying them, and you meet real real fucking nerds in the hobby that will pick your shit apart, yeah, you're not going to last long, kiddo. Right? That's where real gaming happens. That's where 90% of gaming happens. That's where you meet the real nerds that don't give a fuck about you and are going to put it on you. Right? That's where a hobbyist goes, and it's test time, baby. If you're a good game master, you're going to know out in the public. If your friends made it easy on you, oh, well, guess what? It's going to show. If you're Brendan or Matt Mercer and you have paid actors that are going to make you look good on camera, oh, guess what? It's not going to happen here, buddy boy. Now, I'm not saying Matt Mercer and Brandon wouldn't surprise us. Maybe they go out and they're shockingly good. And they prove, I'm not saying they would fail. I'm just saying I'd like to see if they're good at that, because if you can't do that, the term professional before your name as a game master, you can't say it. Can't say it until I see that. I got to see you do that. If you can handle that, then we can call you professional. Right? Because that's the type of game master I am. People wonder why I'm so fucking strict, right? It's like I have to get out where there's not my friends, they're not being paid, and these are just hardcore fucking nerds that are going to put the heat on me, and I don't put up with shit. And it is nice when I do game master for a group of nice people or my friends, right? It's nice. I know it's going to be easy. It's nice. And they'll have no problem with me. I won't have to be aggressive with them. But I'll be like, if you wonder when you hear the tone of my voice or I talk about that aggressive, where it comes from, it's because I go out and game master for fucking nerds that have no connection with me. Like, they're going to be nice. They're not being paid. They're not personal friends that are going to overlook things. These guys are not going to overlook anything. I'm going to be tested. They're going to expect me to be good. And if I'm not good, they don't stay. So you can understand why a guy like me, when I hear you calling Matt Mercer or Brandon Lee Mulligan, who's never been through that, professional DMs, I mean, it annoys me a bit, because I'm like, no, dude, until they're tested like that, it's so fucking ignorant to call them that. It's just so fucking off the scale. It's just such a false way to look at them. They're not professional. Professional is, how are you when the safeties are off? How are you when I put you into the hobby with hobbyists that don't give a fuck, like war gamers types? What if we get those guys? And now I used to run for those guys without the connections. The few war gamers that would come over, still quite a few. I ran for them when I was young. I played with them when I was young. Like in public gaming, they are not your friends when they first meet you. And even if they become your friends, they stay pretty stiff, right? And they're going to be really stiff even if they become your friends. They're not going to be sympathetic. These are not like just guys that become nice to be nice. They are stiff players the entire time, right? Now they'll be happy to have a good DM and they'll praise you and they'll that, but just because they trust you, just because you have a good relationship, doesn't mean you ever have an easy night with them, right? Well, all right, Miles, this is where you're assuming. So I'm going to bust you in the head right now on this one. Uh, I said, I'd like to see it. Never said they haven't. Just said, I'd like to see it. So if you're going to talk like I've made a claim that I haven't, let me put it right back up your fucking ass. Right? Did I claim they've never done that? So I have to make the claim they've never done. I make the claim that I have to see it, and I would imagine other people would agree with me. Before you give them too much credit, you got to see them do it. You got to know they've done this. Doesn't mean they haven't, and I never said they haven't. So Miles, if you're going to imply that I said they haven't for sure, you better be right. If not, I'm going to take this type of comment and shove it right back up your ass. Right? So, yeah, I don't know because I've never made the fucking claim, nor has anybody else here comments for me. So I don't know who the fuck you're talking to. You're definitely not talking to me. I'm not saying I know if they didn't. I say I have to see it. And so I can almost guarantee, and this is the part I did assume is the guys here have not seen that. And so before we call them a professional DM, we better get it right. Yeah, it's very specific. I'm not saying they didn't do it. I'm saying it's not like it's announced publicly. Well, it's because it degrades what I'm saying. It's a hit back where I haven't made a claim for there to be a hit back. Like my point is still valid and stands. We can't call them professional DMs until they're out there doing that. And we got to see them. We got to see that happen. So I'd like to see it. If they did it, it's up to them to go public with it. Is there anything I'm saying that says they didn't do it for sure? Nope, not even making that claim. I'm just saying there is nothing out there where there's any claim they did do it. As far as I know, Matt Mercer talks about his early gaming was with a group of actors. He talks about it with actors. He's very clear. So I actually don't think he's ever done any public gaming like I suggested. He went and just gamed with a group of actors. And then they started doing live plays. And pretty much what you see after that is mostly all live plays. There is one troubled player that gave them a bit of a test, and they actually kicked him out of the game. So there was one early player who was a bit of a pushing on stuff. I think he pushed on stuff for like 2 or 3 sessions, but it wasn't like hardcore. And then boom. I don't like Miles. It's just I don't like it when I make a good point and I haven't made a claim that needs to be countered, and then it's a counter, and then the counter overkills my good point being made. I'm a very public person trying to get a message out there. So we're in the middle of a live chat. If I made a good point, I want to stick, and no one has a good argument against it. I don't like it then twisted by somebody. All right. It's like the storytelling thing. I hate when I'm right about the storytelling thing, and then somebody will say something like but this. But the but thing does not actually counter anything I said. But what it does is it overshadows my point. Right. And then the point is no longer strong anymore. That's what you call good public communication to understand where your points are strong and where they're weak or where they're being damaged. And when you notice it, you'll call it out. I'll push back pretty hard. I still wouldn't count cons because cons there are people that are going to more properly behave in most cases on purpose. There's very few. So cons is almost a bad place to say it. I mean, I would like, because I know gaming clubs that are more private. And that, like, I just like to see those guys, because it's not that I need to see them. It's just that I don't mind saying they're game masters. I just hate hearing the word professional put in front of them, because it's like, dude, what do they know about DMing that I don't know, or game mastering? How are they better at game mastering than I am? They're not. It's not an ego thing. It's just you're giving them free influence they haven't earned. And tell me, if a guy has less experience than I do, and he knows less about DMing game mastering than I do, but you call him a professional game master and you give him that kind of public influence, now he has influence over more people in the hobby, but yet he knows less about the fucking actual activity than a guy like myself. Does that help people in the hobby to have a less experienced guy who is no professional DM, but going to get that label and then be given that influence over people? And you guys understand that that's what's happening when you're doing that. Like, do you understand? Like, it's to me, I say it's good to know this stuff. I'm a very public. I just know this stuff very well. I know he has influence because people give him credit, or labels are given out, or storytelling. That's why I push back so hard on stuff, because the false labeling and stuff, or false ideas, hurts the hobby and hurts gameplay. It's like calling storytelling for D&D. Well, what do we see a lot of? Plot armor. We see all this happening in massive amounts of games, right? The rule of cool, to skip challenging, being a bad player, right? And saying it furthers the story, as if bad gameplay is acceptable, right? As if it's an okay thing to not have to improve on. So I'm like, when you realize it hurts a lot of the hobby, you start realizing, man, we should be more careful about how we talk about this stuff, because this has real consequences, right? This has real hard consequences. And if no one, and there's barely anybody like myself out here speaking against this stuff. So I'm like, I tell people, don't get too mad at me, because 99% of people are carelessly communicating. And I'm like one person coming along going, well, here, I'm pushing back, but don't get mad. I mean, it's like, it's, look, I'm a raindrop against an ocean. I'm a raindrop of truth against an ocean of bullshit. So why get mad at me? Go get mad at the ocean of bullshit. Right? That's what should piss you off, not me calling it out. Man, I think I may be wrong word with him being a different type of game master would be more sufficient. I had a better game master than you, but he's a different type. He's not even a different type. He's a game master. There's nothing wrong with just saying he's a game master. But you say professional, again, it's influence, and it's like it's false, because he does know less. Like, he talked about player agency recently. I know people had an issue with it. It wasn't too bad, but it was careless advice. It was bad advice. But he has major influence. So his bad advice will get out to a lot of people, and they'll take his bad advice over good advice. And it's just, understand, I say this, Miles, people in this hobby have been doing this careless communication for decades, and it has completely absolutely wrecked parts of the hobby. It is some of the most destructive things, because it doesn't seem like much. It seems very minute until you realize the influence really has effects. The storytelling claims about D&D really has bad gameplay effects that are now justified, but horrible gameplay. It's not good. There's nothing petty about expecting you to face a challenge. There's nothing petty about expecting you to play the game better. There's nothing petty about getting you to face character death. The pettiness is avoiding it, right? But it's, guess what? We've justified avoiding. We've justified getting around the challenge. We've justified terrible gameplay by players. And we've done it en masse effectively. The bullshit has been way more effective because it's communicated better by more people in very deceitful ways, pushing agendas. And barely anybody speaks up against the agenda, because if they do, everyone gets mad at them. All people leave my street because I'm like a raindrop speaking against the notion of bullshit, and the raindrop pisses them off, but the ocean of bullshit they're okay with. That's how fucked up our hobby is. Ocean of bullshit, we're cool with that. Yeah. Raindrop of truth. Oh, there's that truth again. Jesus fuck. Come on, truth. Can't you just go away? What a bizarro fucking situation to be in, but that's the real thing. And because I don't do the bullshit ocean, I don't grow as quickly as some other content creators. So when they tell you to be authentic and honest on here and it's good, they're lying to you. Most truth turns it. I have to build. I have to have credibility to build myself up. It's very slow. But for me to be able to be honest with you guys, I always have to take a hit as a content creator. For me to be the droplet of facts and truth against the ocean of bullshit, because so many people support the bullshit over the truth, I have to take a hit. I don't grow as fast. I don't do the rage fade. I don't do the yes man stuff. Right? You have to understand how hard it is to be a content creator and grow here under these conditions. But it also tells you I have some. If I'm at 1,000 some, it means I have some talent and skill, because I can't get here by just pushing against the ocean. People don't like it. So for me to have got even to this stage with this channel right now and be doing the truth thing, that the truth is very unpopular, which it is, I have to fucking have a lot of talent and skill just to get to 1,000 subs, right? And if I don't, I get fucked, right? And some people think because, and that's why some people will accuse me of things like, oh, you must have bought subscribers, because they actually have a hard time believing the truth will be supported. It's weird. It's I got to be a droplet of truth against an ocean of bullshit, and I paint an honest picture. Now, here's the thing. Here's what's funny. I do that, but look at the standard I get held to for telling the truth. Well, the standard everybody else has, like, if you play Yes Man, you can have a shit background, right? And nobody will say a word to you. Tell the truth, you can have a mark, just a mark on your wall in the background. And people are like, man, you have a filthy background. But I'm like, the guy that you says everything that you like, he has garbage and shit everywhere, and you never say a word about it. Doesn't bother you. And you guys are watching him too. So the second you tell the truth, man, people have agendas. They're all full. A bunch of people in our hobby are full of shit, and they get mad at people like me who come along and tell the truth. That's why I get over the years for this is why people make up lies about me over this stuff. When I tell people I get attacked over just talking about games, they have a hard time believing that. They're like, you had to have done something. I'm like, nope, it's talking like this that gets me threatened. For real. Oh yeah, multi. I mean, put it this way: I've heard of people. I know one YouTuber that's very honest about it. I won't say his name because I don't want to. I get along with the guy, so I really don't want to say anybody's name. And you guys won't know who this is, but he's actually public about it. So at the same time, I don't just saying this fact out loud is the only reason I even heard it, because he said it. He says it openly. He said openly on a stream. He bought 1,000 subs early into his YouTube thing, but he explains how it didn't really help him. So I guess you can. I wouldn't know how, but I get accused of it because people are like, they just want to attack me. They want to paint a picture that I suck, right? Like a false picture. They want to put standards on me that are unrealistic. They don't put on anyone else. They lie about. So they'll all be mad about the truth I push, the raindrop of truth. They're really mad about that. They're fuming at the mouth, but they don't let you know publicly that they're mad at me about just the gaming talk. So what they do is anytime they can make up a lie that I have, maybe I attack somebody. Not that I have, but they can make it seem like I have. They'll all freak the fuck out. He attacked someone. He's a monster. Haha, do a stream on him. Clapping seals. Fuck Condor. Fuck Condor. And they go like, they have a circle jerk on their fucking stream. Go watch some of the streams. I can show you streams where the chat is going fucking nuts. And you're watching them have this big circle jerk. And they're all, ah! And they're acting exactly like this. And the stream guys are attacking me. And they're fucking just happy. When you find out they're not mad about like the lie. They're mad about the stuff I said about their agendas. Like AD&D 1E guys. They do not like my truth about their bro OSR guys are the same way. They get really mad at me because I tell the truth about the simpleton raw module play. Do you know how much AD&D one you guys hate my guts for these facts? They do not want people realizing the truth. What are the guys that like modules when I say they're money grab things and sandboxing is better? Imagine the guys who have the agendas about the modules from old school. They fucking lose their fucking minds on me. What about the guys who like miniatures? I've said before in the past, I think it's easier to get into your imagination and the flow without miniatures. It's a faster pacing game, so you get into the flow better. I think it's easier to get to the better experience through that process. I said it's just an opinion. I have nothing against miniature guys. Said all that was really nice to miniature guys. I know guys who play with miniatures in life. They're cool with my opinions, but on here, said this about miniature guys. I had a guy show up to my work over the miniature comments. That was a guy who was going to kick my ass over me talking bad about miniatures. Yeah, for real. Got private threats. Got people trying to add my family over it, and the lies that make up, like a recent lie with the receipt thing. It was an image where it was a claim that I had tried to charge somebody for some event. I didn't, but they had no real receipt. They had an image. So instead of being decent, just ask me in private, because all they have is an image, not a real receipt. They actually talked out loud like it was a receipt without telling people it was an image, acted like I did this charging, and then they did streams and they all fucking had their circle jerking badness too. These are older guys too. I mean, fucking unhinged, crazy fucking people. Unhinged, depressed, and flatlining. And they let too many people on the outside see who they are. That's why they're really getting hurt right now. Because, I mean, they've been doing this stuff for like 7 straight years on YouTube. And it's like, I kept warning them, sooner or later, most people that are watching you guys are going to start noticing this behavior. Like, they're going to start catching on to how you guys are. Like, you're going to see how fucking unhinged and crazy you are. Right now, you're the cool guys, but your echo chamber will be seen for what it is in a few years. I never used a module, even when I started with 4E back in the day. Most I used was Dark Sun, but I ran 4E campaign, more like OG version, probably more like a sandbox. I have nothing against modules. I have nothing against you using AD&D 1E raw. And I don't think everybody who did it had no talent at all. I never said. I just said there's a difference between saying nobody has talent, but it's just saying the guys who have no talent do this. Right? I'm not saying all guys that do it, but it's a lot of guys. And then there's a lot of guys that, I hate to say it, here's what they don't want to hear. There's a lot of guys that are part of the content creators or part of their audience that are the people I'm criticizing. And so, again, a droplet of truth from one person. And there'd be like, I mean, over 7 years, I've had like 20 or 30 YouTubers all attacking me at once with streams and everything. And you know what they'll act like? Here's how bizarre it is. Imagine you got like 30 fucking YouTubers attacking you. You let it go for a long time, but like you let it go for weeks, and like you do like a 5-minute video. And even though they've all been attacking you and doing streams and lying about you, they all paint the picture like you've attacked all of them. And that you're a bully. They'll even call you a bully. There'll be 30 of them attacking one guy. Now, I don't take what they do as bullying because I'm not weak like they are. I'm not corrupt and weak like they are. So I'm not hurt by what they're doing. But what they would do is try to paint one guy versus 30 as somehow one guy is bullying them because I made a 3-minute or 5-minute video response to multiple streams and lies about me. Right? Just imagine to be in that bizarre false world, that delusion. And these guys stay in that delusion for like 7 years. And want to know why? Because I do a droplet of truth against an ocean of bullshit. That's all. It's droplets of truth against an ocean of bullshit. Again, it's like going back to the Matt Mercer thing. I'm not saying he's not a game master. Not even saying he has no talent at all. I'm just saying when you put the professional thing on him, my argument right away is you're giving him influence he hasn't earned. In reality, he's not that. Like he hasn't done the thing that would qualify him for such a label. Right? So If he's a professional game master, so am I. That would make 90% of the people that run games in the hobby professional game masters. Then if pretty much all of us are professional game masters, how useful is the label? Then what's the meaning of the label then? The label is to enhance someone's position and give them more influence. And we can't say it's not, or you just call him a game master if you're going to bother looking at it like, oh, he's just another game master, because that's all he is, right? And the droplet of truth is really important here, because that influence, if we keep doing that, he does get it. Then lots of people do get bad advice. Then it does hurt many of the people you'll be meeting in the future. And we got to play the long game, where we have to realize over decades we've been doing stuff like this. A lot of this stuff has major, major damaging effects. And then we're all crying about the problems that it caused later. We'll be like, man, I can't believe this is happening. I'm like, remember like 20 years ago when you were all saying this? Yeah, well, this is the long-term effect of you saying what you said 20 years ago. So you're complaining about something you helped cause. And you're not even putting the two together. Right? A lot of people will help cause the issue, be part of the using the language, and then 20 years later, when they run into the problem, they don't even realize the problem has come from what they did 20 years earlier. I'm like, if we give a shit, like, remember, we don't work for the corporation, so I'm like, why are we pushing agendas? Why are we pushing bullshit on this level? Is it all ego and like personal politics, and there's no financial gain? Yeah, it's all it is. Just playing politics here. There's no corporate reason why people should be behaving the way they do in the hobby. But it's madness. It's complete madness here. It's ego, false lies. And I come in and people get mad at me because I'll be a droplet of truth. And still, I'm the fucking person everyone's mad at. I'm like, okay, I'm a droplet of truth, a raindrop of truth against an ocean of bullshit. And there'll be higher standard put on me that I have to live up to, that every other content creator doesn't have to. I'll be judged in certain ways if they won't. I'll have 30 guys attack me, but their attacks won't be seen as attacks, only when I reply after being attacked for 2 months in a 5-minute video. Will they all say that I'm attacking them? Now imagine if the old school has been doing that for, say, straight to me for 7 years. I would say to them, go ahead and keep openly attacking me this way. I'm okay, but you do understand that you're in an echo chamber, and sooner or later, more people will start noticing how crazy you are. Because what you're doing is crazy. It is crazy person behavior. And yes, people in your own echo chamber might not see it because they don't want to. They want to attack me. They want their agendas pushed. Right? It's a bunch of people that agree on bullshit. But it's sooner or later, people that will come around from the outside are going to watch how you behave towards me. And they're going to clue in. Like, wait, let me examine what's going on. And the second somebody who has no bias against me examines what's really happening, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Wait, this guy did 20 streams about that guy. And all this guy did was respond in like a 5-minute video to the 20 streams done about him. But they're all saying that the guy who did the 5-minute video is attacking, but wait, there was 20 streams done about that guy. How is he the one attacking? He's responding. People without a bias that aren't part of the echo chamber start to notice the insanity, right? But that's what it is to be willing to push back against agendas. And it could take years. So you could be put down, attacked, threatened, it's taken years for me to get anywhere on YouTube in some ways with the last couple of channels, because I've been basically, cut off, attacked, lied about, the whole 9 yards, because I come and say things that it's true, but it's just not popular because people are running bullshit agendas. That's why AD&D, one of you guys don't like what I have to say. They hate my fucking guts. They hate my fucking guts. And I hate to say it, the truth is, a lot of guys in a certain echo chamber are a lot of guys guilty of the shit that I'm right about. Right? The bro sir. That's why a lot of those guys get mad at me because I say, if you're pushing raw, you're pushing a style that was made for guys that were not any good. It doesn't mean no guys that ran that way were no good, but it was made for guys who had no talent at all to make sure there were people to run games for the new customer base that was coming in en masse. Right? Modules were for people that couldn't do sandbox gaming and couldn't do an adventure themselves. They needed to be had their hands held to be walked through. So basically, I'm saying these are guys that are not capable of being proper game masters. Now, that's true. What I just said to you about AD&D 1 tournament style is true. It is made for people that are no good at being game masters. Just to make sure there's people. And guys don't want to hear it. It doesn't mean no talented person picked it up, but this is why guys don't want to hear it. Storytelling, the same thing. Cleansing the whole ocean, killing all marine life, and making it drinkable. Well, look, put it this way, guys. If the voices of the people that keep bullshitting rule the sea, will die of thirst for the rest of eternity, and the hobby is being damaged for decades. We started off with hobbyists and good pure gaming and performance. We what looks like growth is really just bringing in the majority of customers, but really damaging the quality of the gaming in the process. And that growth has hit its peak. So we grew at TSR, but damaged the quality of the gaming. We grow bigger with WotC, but we hit a peak, but we damaged the hobbyist gaming even deeply, way more than we ever had before. Now we're on the other side. There's not much further to go up. And the quality of the game is completely in the fucking gutter. And I say right now, it looks like a lot of downhill from here. With parts where a TV show might be brought out that will stop. Okay, we stay for a while. Down more. Movie comes out. Okay. New game comes out for a minute. We go a little bit back up, but okay, back down again. And eventually we're just going to keep going down until the hobby's really in a bad place. And so I look at it at this stage, the quality of the gaming has to be a concern because, and the truth needs to be told. Like the lies have to be had because there's almost no pushback. The success of the agenda pushers are when guys like me come along. I can barely exist, but any other guy who tells the truth is ran off, threatened, and shut up successfully. So other guys who speak the way I do, they're gone. They've been threatened. They've had their characters crucified, like who they are, their reputations destroyed. And it's been happening for decades. And the mediocre rule the non-corporate part of the hobby. The most mediocre amongst us are the rulers, and they hold on to their high positions for all dear life. They did it when it was just forums before YouTube. It was all the most mediocre people in the hobby. They hold on, and anyone who has talent, thoughts above them, more smart, they get booted out, they get banned, they get crucified. Same thing with YouTube, same thing with everywhere. And then we put up people that are scandalous, like, I have nothing against Matt Mercer. He's not here to improve the hobby. He's here to make money. So it's like even the guys with quality that give a shit about the hobby are the guys that are down the gutter. Like the guys that give a shit, know what they're talking about, have real quality. The guys that you would want to be at the top of the hierarchy and being the rulers and being the mentors to people in the hobby. They're all, almost 100% of them, in the gutter. No influence, no say, no nothing. Because they'll tell you the truth. They won't lie. And they don't got a majority army behind them. It's the guys running the bullshit agendas that have an army behind them. And they crucify anyone who comes along who says the truth that opposes their agendas. And they do it like crazy. And I just went through the heat. I went through them for 7 years, being attacked, having YouTube channels deleted because they kept getting me strikes. They can't do it now, but they did it for years. They've destroyed my reputation. They put a standard on me. They don't put it on any other content creator. right? The way I'll be judged, the way I'll be attacked, the way I'll be lied about. And they've done it all because I give a droplet of truth against their ocean of agenda bullshit. It's just how what it is. So I don't know what to do. It's I know that's not going away. So all I do is hope I keep performing, keep working really hard, that the people that support me appreciate the games, like the non. I'm telling you this stuff, but I cover games. I cover all kinds of things. I do stuff that isn't just me pointing this stuff out to you. And I hope just to keep hitting people that are hobbyists, that are creatives, that see the value in what I'm doing, see outside of talking like this, and want to support me for those reasons. And it's those people give me a fighting chance to exist. They give the truth a chance to exist. But what I told people in the hobby, if everybody else like me has been ran off and you have not given them support, if you think the truth deserves a seat at the table, the only way the truth gets a seat at this table of influence is if people in the hobby are willing to support it and give it enough support that gets a seat at the table. Because if nobody's just coming around talking, doesn't get you a seat at the table. You have to, for influence and having that seat, you need people to support you. So if they don't support you, if I say 90% of what you like and then I say 10% of what you disagree with, if I lose your support for the 10%, but you won't support me for the 90%, you're refusing to let a person like me, a person who's like one person against thousands of people on the opposing side, you're not letting me have a seat at the table. And every other guy like me has already been ran off, threatened, destroyed, reputation destroyed, and because they get no support at all. So I always say it's up to the audience. Like I come here with talent, skill, charisma, talk about a variety of games. I do a lot of things to get people to come around, but the other part is I'm also very unforgiving about telling the truth. I do that like to say, I think there's so much bullshit that if 10,000 people on the opposing side get a right to have a seat at the table, one person who tells the truth, who doesn't stand with the agenda bullshit, should have a right to sit at the table as well. But it's you guys that decide that, not me. So if I say two things you don't like and suddenly I don't get your support, that means you think I should not have a right to have a seat at the table. You think truth shouldn't have the right to have a seat at the table. That's what you're telling me and everybody else when you choose to walk away from somebody because they might say something that you disagree with. And likely, if you're telling the truth, you're always going, everybody, even Black Rose. There's things I say, Black Rose and me gets along really well. And Black Rose is one of my best supporters, but probably the best supporter I have, period, as far as on every possible level, at least currently. And me and Black Rose don't agree on everything. But thankfully, I don't need to say everything he agrees with. He likes what he likes. That's enough to get his support. And he agrees with me that I have a right to have a seat at the table and that I'm a droplet against an ocean, and he gets it. He gets it. He gets almost nobody else is willing to say what I'm saying, the truth, because the truth is not popular. It is the truth, don't get it wrong, but it's not popular because there's so many people bullshitting, so many people being careless with their language. Careless meaning, say, calling Matt Mercer a professional game master. Right? That's really careless when you really look at the long-term major damaging effects that has on the hobby, and it really does. So once you understand the long game and you actually see how the damage works, you realize, yeah, actually he is just a normal game master, and his advice isn't always on point. Why are we calling him a professional game master, and why are we giving him all this influence? You start realizing it's not that wise to pass over that type of influence to someone who can't really back it up and has not done that publicly. And so just calling him a game master should be fine. He's definitely earned the right to be called a game master. What it is, you're not going to call him a fake or a bullshit. Don't call him a fake. You accept him as a real game master, but the second you call him a professional game master, when there's just a mountain of guys in the hobby that clearly have been here for decades who know more than him, perform better than him, it's like, well, then what are all those guys? Because you're saying he's a professional game master, but the guys who know more and have more wisdom than he has and are better at doing this than he is, they suddenly don't get the same influence. When it's to those guys, they should have it over such a person, right? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. True. So that's why most people Black Rose will pick. It's not most, but it's a lot of people. I need the majority to start hearing me, but that takes time for me to be seen by more people. I think actually at the end of the day, I think my views and who I am will be more acceptable by the majority. But it's my problem is the rapid shallow minority that could help me out right now, like the yes man audience or the rage bait audience. Right now, because I don't have like I didn't come out like Matt Colville. He comes out of the gaming industry already well known, already well established figure, popular, well known, has a built-in audience. I'm pretty sure because he's such an honest guy that if he had to start from scratch as a complete nobody, he would have went through the same process I'm going through now. Right. So it takes me longer to be seen by people, but that's gradual. Uh, but I think people do choose to let me be part of the conversation. So it's hard to control subjective perceptions over the. No, it's just harder to get there quicker, Black Rose. No, that's all. I think I'm going to get there 100%. I think it's all about patience. I think if every other guy that ran away didn't run away, they would have been fine. I think it's just you fuck with their hits because the reputation does kill. But what it does is it just they falsely. It's like looking over the guy who does rage vape. He grows really fast, but it's really deceitful what you're seeing because there's a ceiling that he's going to hit. He will not reach the majority. The rapid growth will be very false, right? It's like I said the other night, Black Rose. It's a donkey pretending to be a lion. Now I'm a lion, but around me there's a lot of donkeys that pretend to be lions, right? Guys that do rage fake and grow with the ceiling because it won't hit the majority. Donkeys that do yes man stuff pretend to be lions, ceiling, they'll hit it. The majority won't like them because they don't play the shallow game. So it's a lion can reach the majority, but if you're starting from scratch, it can take you a long time. Especially if you get no support at all from the more shallow part of the audience, especially if you're lied about like I am. I guarantee Black Rose, if the standards weren't put on me, if I wasn't lied about, if the attacks weren't done, even the guys that are close to me right now or going slightly ahead of me, none of them would even be keeping up with me. Like it's definitely with a certain part of the audience. It's definitely the part that holds me down is the lies, attacks, and all this. Take that away. I'm not trying to be cocky or egotistic. I just think it's true. I would be well ahead of the guys that are slightly ahead of me and the guys slightly behind me. Like they would not keep up, right? They're flatliner YouTubers. I'm not even worried. The only reason they can even pretend to be outperforming me or even close to me is because, unlike them, they have nobody attacking them. People have to attack me endlessly. Large YouTubers with 10,000 subs, 8,000 subs have to do multiple streams on me, lie about me, crucify me, all to just tightly hold me down so some mediocre people can slightly get ahead or slightly get close. I'm like, take the guys that are around me that are slightly ahead or slightly close and put the same attacks on them and just watch them cater in. Like just cave in, they be done. So, and it takes consistency. People have to attack me all the time to hold me down, but they have for 7 years. It's like whenever I'm around doing content, like coming back from a break, it's week after week, month after month, year after year, consistently, nonstop. And they have to do it consistently to hold me down because if they take a month off from attacking me, I suddenly grow more. Oh, be patient. I'll overcome it just by staying around and working. It's just slow. That's how it's done. I wouldn't be able to. All this is going on. I still got to 1,000, right? But just slow growth. I just have to keep going. I will grow. I will. And suddenly, when I hit a certain peak, it will rapidly go up. But I got to be patient. I know for sure. And my likes are pretty good. no matter how small, when you get to certain videos, like, because some videos you might be like, they don't like them more. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't get likes because I challenge ideas. And challenging ideas doesn't always get you a response, right? But it affects people. You have an impact on the conversation. You want to know why so many people respond to what I say, even though you don't see me responding to them, or so many people copy what I say? It's called having an impact on the conversation. Now, a lot of guys privately will admit this to me. Yes, you do, Stephen. I'm like, I know I do. That's why I don't always get a bunch of likes on something, but I have an impact. Sometimes I get a lot of likes, but it depends. It depends. Now, again, if I play Yes Man or Rage Bait, I can get shitloads of likes, but then it's a very false view of what's going on. It's again, I hit a ceiling and that's it. It's all about patience, Black Rose. Patience, I will get there, and they can't stop me from getting there. There's no way. And even the guys that are slightly ahead, they're flatliners. They're guys that are not going to be able to take care of a larger audience. They'll get boring really quickly. That's what happens. It's like there are some guys out there, I won't say their names, but they hit 3,000, and they're lucky if they get 16 people. And I mean, I only have 1,000, which we only have a few people watching here, but they'll get like 3,000. They're lucky if they have 16 people, or I mean, it's not even 16, like 9 people watching them at 3,000 subs. Why is that? They flatline. So I'm not worried. I won't flatline. And we're just doing open chat tonight, just a couple of nights open chat. Whenever I do my gaming stuff or I do my videos, I'm fine. That's where I really get my good stuff, right? A night like tonight, I don't expect a bunch of viewers because I'm doing off script and talking to you guys. And it depends on what you ask me about. Like, you guys haven't asked me about a bunch of gaming stuff. So, you know me, I don't just shut up. And if you don't talk about certain things, I'll just talk about whatever. And if you bring up certain things, like, to me, the language and conversation thing is actually important. So I actually think it's important to talk about the long-term game, the perception, because nobody else does. On top of not telling the truth, we don't even talk about this stuff this way or understand things this way. So I talk about the Chief stuff, but it's not talking like as if I think that's game over. It just, I know I'll be fine. I will grow and then hit rapid growth at one point. I don't have a ceiling like those guys. Yes, man, ceiling. Donkey, pretend to be a lion. Rage Bait, ceiling. Boom. Guys ahead of me slightly are keeping up because of lies told about me. For now. But they're flatliners. And none of these guys bring fresh blood to the community. That's why a lot of the guys with 8,000 barely grow. They grow a little bit, but they grow very little because what they have is they don't have new guys coming into the community that are popular and growing, like bringing in more people that will then spread out to the different channels. What they do is they bring in guys that are lesser quality than them, and all the guys do is leech off their audience and don't really grow the overall audience. That's why that guy might grow to 2,000 or 3,000, but you'll notice the guys he's leeching off of stay at around 8,000 and grow very slow to 9,000. Now, some playing the Yes Man game can go from 5,000 like a year and get to 10,000, 13,000. I totally get it, but they'll hit a ceiling because they still hit certain things in streams. It's a successful op script. It's a good night tonight. Yeah. I'm happy with it. I always hope I'm helping people out when I talk about this stuff, and they can ask me anything. Like if you guys get tired of me ranting, just fucking ask me a question about gaming. I don't give a fuck. I totally hear you. But yeah, I think that, and so I it's just very open about this stuff. I want to see the old school do better too. So it's like, hey, Black Rose, I'm all honesty. The guys all think I hate them here, and I'm like, no. If I hated you, I would have mentioned most of the stuff. I'm old school. Black Rose, you're old school. Why would we want to see the old school cave in? But it's like sometimes you need to give people tough love and they need to finally hear it. And I don't care if I have to say it sometimes 10 times, but it's just like you need to hear it sooner or later. And it's not going to help the hobby. I think we hit a peak and we're going downhill. It's like at one point we start going downhill, people get desperate. Here's where I'm going to be right, Black Rose. I'm glad I'm saying it now because once we get desperate, everybody will start doing what I said. That's the great thing. I'm the guy that you're going to be doing what I said when it's probably close to the too late stage, but it will probably save some of this. So it's like, pay when it's too late. They'll finally panic and start doing stuff. And and here's what's good. I remember always down for the rant. I just love taking part in the discussion, helping newer players. I totally love helping new people here. We always do. We got Miles coming here. We've got all kinds of novelty showing up, and I'm very positive in my response to these guys. So I hope they totally get that, and I think they get a lot of good, wise information, especially when we talk about the games. I think that's why I think we get these new guys coming here, because we got experienced guys like you, Philo, Zag. We always draw in honestly experienced guys. Bill, right? Like when we get experienced guys here or knowledgeable guys, you know this Black Rose. I draw in very, very fucking experienced, good people because they real, real recognize. It's old school, but it's true. Real recognizes real, right? And I can explain myself. So all the guys here that have really done this shit when they hear me speak, because if you've really done it, not just talk like you've done it, but you've really done this shit, and then you hear me speak, you'll be like, okay, he's right. And I can explain myself, which is very, very powerful to guys that are guys that do it, have experience, they hear me, and even if they challenge me on something, when I come back and explain my situation, they're too intelligent. And I'm not trying to, like, even when I disagree with guys here, the guys we're talking to are too intelligent. Like, they're just way too intelligent to sit here and ignore what I'm saying. So if I make a good point to them, I just know they're too smart to sit there and no matter how much it might go, okay, fuck, he's right. They're too smart. And I know if I explain myself, they'll know. Now, I'm not trying to be an ass or have an ego about it, but it's like, if I'm right about something, and these are the guys I'm talking to, and I say something, it might take them a minute, but they're too intelligent to let it go. They'll be like, yeah, he's right. Right. And if they really have a credible argument against what I'm saying, they know the door is open. I'm not ducking debate. I'm very strong on what I believe because I really don't bullshit people, and I don't make strong. Notice, like Nalty said the other night, asked me those questions about the his character and what to do or what he's done and what I think about it. Instead of giving him these strong opinions where I know for sure or pretend to know something I don't know, I start coaching everything I'm saying, and I don't know everything in your situation. I'm not going to pretend to know. Who knows? Because I'm very honest, and I don't take a hardline stance of something I haven't done or don't really know. And the guys all know that here. So when I take a hardline stance, the guys here, I think I built up credibility with everyone, is they stop and listen. And if my explanation makes sense, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. That it's not stupid what you're saying. That does make sense. And I love that. I love that I draw some hard hit people, but people with experience, and they're too intelligent to deny what I'm saying. And I like talking to other intelligent people. I hate to say it. I don't want to be a smart ass to a lot of people in the hobby, but I like it that I draw some very wise, intelligent, thoughtful people, because these are people that I can have the hard discussion with, and it will benefit them. And because they have real experience, it doesn't mean like I got to treat them like a child. Like, not everything I got to explain to them. And when guys come around here, I can answer a question, but then you can, you know what I mean? Philo can, even Bill could, Zay can. You notice all the guys we draw here are guys that know some shit, some real stuff, right? So it's all valuable advice. And usually when the guys are talking to me about stuff, regardless if we agree or don't agree, I think it's such a healthy conversation to see. Because you're seeing, you're even Philo when he disagrees. It's not like stupidly what he's saying. We're having very intelligent back and forth. He's making a strong point against what I said. I come back and do something, but that's a very strong conversation to have. And it's good to see that being played out in front of people, right? It's good to have me counter. I like when people counter me, because people have certain opinions, and Philo and other people have very strong arguments. They can bring some of the more stronger arguments, some of the more nuanced arguments against what I'm saying. And even if I'm going to be right, I'm glad that I got such an intelligent group of people to give me some very credible pushback on stuff, even if I'm going to push back successfully and make my point. Right? I just and I get very picky about how we communicate here, because so much bad communication happens that it's like Miles coming at me. I do a little bit bite back. I love Miles. I hope I never is offended. I'm just a very passionate guy about the game. So Miles, I really do love you, and I really enjoy interacting with you. And I hope you really genuinely know that. And I'm saying it in public so other people can hear this. But and I think you're a fucking great creative young guy. I think you're going to fit in here well, and I think this stuff appeals to you. And I think you found the right fucking crowd of people to be talking to. Right? We're going to improve everything you do in gaming. Stop trying to push back too much. Just take a lot in. Right? Uh, take a lot in because there's a lot of wisdom, a lot of fucking gold nuggets here for you. But it's like that small things. When I'm making a point, I know how powerful a point can be. So when I make a point and I see someone overshadow the point, just to reestablish the point, I can push back really hard. Just because I know if I don't, if I'm too soft with a pushback, my point dies in the fog of war. Right. And it's like, that's where it's like, I'll be a little aggressive, but it's not personal against Miles. It's just I'm reestablishing the point. Right. And people watch no matter what, they might not like it. But that's me being an actual raindrop, because establishing the point, again, becomes a strong raindrop against the ocean of bullshit. Oh, that's Bill. That's the 1,000,000% deal. Performance and quality and standard. And that's all I'm pushing for here. And I think a lot of it that's gotten lost, especially with the new school. You see a little bit in the old school where it was, but so much of that has been lost. And if we get to the point of mediocrity taking over, that whole AI gimmick really becomes a reality. And I think that's stupid. I like the hobby as not something to perform for customers, to appease customers. I like the hobby being social. It's not just the quality of the people, but the quality of the experience. And I think it's something, a hobby and a social hobby that should continue for us all. It shouldn't be under threat of AI, but if we keep downgrading the whole process, I think we get there. And you're right. When we leave it on game masters and you get the right people to take those roles, it's magic, dude. And that relationship game masters have with players and the experience, it's amazing. And game mastering is actually a lot of fun. Like, for the guys that can do it, it's a lot of fun. It's actually a great experience, and doing it right is it's magic. It's magic, and that's where I would even be convinced. Like, looking at Matt Mercer and the way he runs it, I guarantee privately that if I, not saying he has or hasn't, but I'm saying compared to what I see him do live plays, if I took him into a private game where there was not such a focus on performing for an audience, and we got more inside the mind, that overall he would have a better experience with the game than he's having now in a live play, for example. That's how magic our thing is, right? And I think you can do anything with just about any game. I think that usually the games are not the type of thing that get in the way you think. It's like you're saying, the quality of the people really matter. I 100% believe that. Each edition may feel a little bit different, but the quality of experience is still, there's no tabletop role-playing game out there that stops a game master from making it great. Oh, well, other than specific styles of play. The 5e, the tournament module stuff, right? That's where I'm like, yeah. Get away. But I still think AD&D 1E at home is great. I think 5e without a lot of the optional rules taken out, maybe some host ruling on the combat could really improve the game. But yeah. And altering host rules is another thing I still promote to this day. That's why I don't like people pushing raw or run the games the way they're supposed to be ran. Like, go to the book. I'm like, no, dude, because then the book becomes the king, and we can't experiment. And I'm like, look at the OSR. I mean, no matter what you say, the OSR, I'm like, people are like, raw is better way. I'm like, okay, where does the OSR come from, all the clones? Does it come from raw gameplay, or people experimenting and changing stuff? So, most every game you get after a certain point becomes from experimenting with the games that already exist. Right? And D&D is a great example. A lot of games are games. I mean, look at Traveler. Traveler is definitely built off of trying out D&D, seeing what it's like, and then wanting to do something different. So the Traveler guy admits it. The person who made Traveler admits that. Tried D&D, wanted to do something alternative. Right. So every game is usually built off some previous game of trying it, wanting to do something different, or trying something different with it, and then going the alternative way. So much value in what we do. I love my YouTube channel. I love the people here, and I'm always happy to draw certain people in. Again, this is why we get some of these Nazi guys and Miles. And I'm pretty convinced we'll get a lot more of the right younger guys coming here, and we'll get guys a lot of the other old school content creators are not getting. And the more patient I am, Black Rose and Bill and everybody else, all at one point get to a higher growth, and we'll get a lot more of our people that are in the new school that we don't even know exist, but they need to see a beacon. Matt Colville's not it. Sorry, he's just a guy who's sort of in between. I'm a guy who's it, and I'm doing stuff to attract them. I don't call them tourists. I don't attack. It's like, let's get them here. And I think there's a lot of them. They need a beacon. And right now, I'm just going to be seen as one of the many old school guys that call them a piece of shit until somebody like Miles watches me. Like Miles watching me and realize, oh, okay, he's cool. Miles may come to me and go, oh, okay, he's cool. Right. But I just hope to keep hitting these new guys more and more and more. And if they're guys that are like us, they'll simply see value in what we're doing. And then we're the right guys to talk to. We're the guys with experience, knowledge. We'll help speed them into it. We'll get them into the games they never heard of. And I'm covering all kinds of different games, not just D&D. They're going to hear about all the stuff we're talking about. All of it. Every game I'm covered is going to be interesting. And there's so many different ones. Bushido, right? Didland, right? Like it's everything is amazing. Traveler, Cyberpunk, right? A lot of these guys are never hearing about this stuff. At one point, I'll be covering Burning Wheel, which is, even some of the World Darkness stuff, which I plan to return to. Some of them hear about it, a lot of them don't. So there's a lot of guys out there that are just like us, made for this part of the hobby, that don't even know that this exists for them. And some of them don't even know they're the type of people made for this part of the hobby. They have to hear more about this stuff to realize, oh, I sort of vaguely heard about it, but now it sounds cool. Like I'd be into that. They have to hear like 5e guys, what are new 5e guys that are more like us. They have to hear criticism, not attacks, but they have to hear the criticism on the perception dice roll check to know that dice rolling, what it is. It's not to say it's bad overall, but it's to say, look, you are losing something, but do you even know that? Like, here's what you're losing. They need it explained to them. And what you thought was stupid, here's why it's not. You need a counter argument. You need the drop. You need to hear the drop that's going to be pushing back against the ocean. Because really, there's a lot of guys out there that don't realize the drop is made for them, because the hobbyist part of the hobby is not made for the majority, but it is made for specific people. And they need to hear the stuff and then have it reasoned out to them too. Like they need guys like me, Bill, Black Rose, to have the knowledge, have the experience to be able to like reason out with them exactly why these things matter. They need to hear the explanation about the flow of the game, right? Because they haven't heard it. They need to hear real sandboxing because they don't know about Traveler and they really don't know this stuff. And this stuff has completely vanished in the conversation. Like, and even most old school guys, most of the old school content creators only know sandboxing through D&D modules. Most of the content creators here that are old school, supposedly, when I did my real sandbox video about real sandboxing, said I was wrong. That's how lost our methods are to history. And they act like they're in the past and they're no good. I'm like, no, they're fucking great. The flow is what got us 8-hour sessions that are not like your 3-hour sessions. They're not tedious. It's not the same thing. They need to hear about the sandboxing because they've never heard about this shit. They need to hear about the sandboxing to make a setting and adventure. So you realize you don't need a module, and actually sandboxing is better. Right? They need to hear about Mysteria more. I know there's a Mysteria guy out there. He hit so many people. I know I'm hitting some people he's not hit before. Mysteria, a very gaming setting, a very good way to learn about what a setting is like when it's made from sandboxing. Because unlike Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk, and everything else, Greyhawk just had it was mostly made with the sandboxing. The dungeon was made with the sandboxing. Interesting, not the same thing. Forgotten Realms just made. Mysteria is one of the rare settings that is made purely through the game designers, purely sandboxing piece by piece by piece. And you get to see just how fucking deep a setting is and how gamey it's made, how it's made for the variety of things through sandboxing, which is what most people should be doing at home. Mysteria is a great example of it. And Mysteria, I still think, I think guys like Bill agree with me. I think because of how good gamey it is the best TSR setting on the market to ever exist. I 100% believe that. But that's just an example of how powerful sandboxing is when you're doing your own stuff. I know I keep repeating this stuff, but it's so good because it's again, I might be repeating it, but sometimes repeating it's necessary. Not just in one stream, because people only hear one stream, they don't hear every stream. Right. So sometimes if I repeat it again and again, it's okay, right? I I I hope it does because I really passionately believe this stuff. And I tried to bring that droplet of truth, the droplet of information against Nullity Mysteria. I did a recent stream on a setting for old school D&D, Mysteria Nullity. And Mysteria is, because I know you've heard of Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk, and some other stuff. Mysteria is another TSR, Dungeons and Dragons setting that most people don't even know about. You're a great example. Thank you for asking that question. I'm glad that you don't know about it. Cycle back in my streams. Look for a stream covering a thing called Mysteria. It's a recent D&D stream. You want to hear that stream. It is a description of the setting Mysteria. Mysteria is the best Dungeons and Dragons setting ever made. There you go, my friend. It's the best, and you haven't even heard about it. So I hope it's exciting for you to hear about it. Because if it's something new for you, no, see, I hope it's fucking exciting. I hope you're like a, one of those type of nerds that just, oh, there's a setting I haven't heard. I hope it fucking sounds exciting for you to go check it out. And I do pretty good. I cover the meat on it. Bill's there in that chat on that night. Bill here, he's another Mysteria lover, knows just as much. Fucking help feed the chat. Pay attention to the chat that night. Bill's fucking magic on that night. Puts a lot of gems in there with me. But it's really, really fucking good, right? And I'll continue to be that type of YouTuber that is going to be the droplet against the ocean. Mysteria. Mysteria. But yeah, I mean, maybe you know, but I'll see. But if it does, it really is. Well, okay, then you probably haven't heard of it. It is, and it's worth hearing the details about it. You'll nerd the fuck out. I could tell you're into some of the creative stuff we're talking about. So it's like, yeah, it's a stream made for you, my dude. Go check that out. It's worth going to check out. It is fucking deep stuff, right? And you'll be shocked that there's such a great setting out there that is so new to you. Like, well, I've heard about Forgotten Realms. Why the fuck haven't I heard about this one, man? Like, when you hear that stream, by the end of it, you'll be like, how do not more people know about this? That's how good it is. Now, you'll say that, but it's probably because you're a creative. If you're creative and you're a hobbyist, and that's in you to be that, when you hear that, you'll be excited. Now, just understand the majority might not care. But if what my content has gotten you here and you're interested in this stuff, it will be interesting to you. You'll find deep value in that setting. And Bill will back me up on that. Even Black Rose is obviously backing it. And it is awesome. It is great. I got Black Rose so fucking hyped on it. He's going to get the setting right. It's going to be good. It's going to be really good. But yeah, I'm happy to cover that. So before the end of the stream, let's go over what I am coming up. So people know, Now, tomorrow night, guys, for the guys that aren't members here, I'm sorry. For the guy for Black Rose, if you're a member here, I am covering uh early preview game of the games in the early 2000s, Hollow Earth Expedition. That's a members only. I only do 2 members only streams a month. So on average, I do 18 streams. 16 are open to you guys, so don't be offended by that. 2 are members only. That's the second one for this month. But even if you miss that one because you're not a member, Thursday I'm doing the historical reference series, which is basically D&D's take and talking about Rome and real world, places and history. Then this weekend, guys, if you're into conspiracy theory, I heard somebody, I think Philo was talking about paranoia and Friend Computer. So if you guys are into conspiracy theory, Saturday, June 27th, I'm covering an old school conspiracy theory related theme game, Unknown Armies. Not just that one. On Sunday, on the 28th, I'm covering another conspiracy theme game called Tribe 8. I'll finish the month off. The final stream of June will be off script. I will most likely later or early tomorrow update July's list of games and streams and D&D. I do basically I do the entire month pretty much. I'm going to be doing now. So when you see the update, I'll be updating the entire July. So then you'll be see every D&D stream I'm going to be doing what the topic is. You can check every weekend what games I'm going to be covering. Every Tuesday is always off script. I've been in and out the loony bin since that the mysterious dream. Because I know it's so fucking good that you probably want to get it. It's I know it will be. You just said Black Rose was like, you're gonna ruin my marriage getting me to want to get into this stuff. And then the Deadlands stream. I think I fucked his head with that one too, because Deadlands is so good. It's so good. It is so amazingly good that when he heard about that game, he's like, oh man. I do that to myself too, though, Black Rose. You know the deal. That's why I went back and started running the World of Darkness game that I'm running now. And I've been doing this, guys. I knew I cursed myself covering all these different games because I did them when I was young. I'm a fucking addict. I'm a gaming addict. I started covering all these games, and I'm like going every game, just about every game I'm covering, I want to run it. I can't run every game, but I want to. I'm covering all like Bushido. I've been thinking about a lot about Bushido. Holy shit. I want to run Bushido so bad, right? I just don't got the time for it right now. But geez, I did that stream Bushido. I want to run Feudal Japan Bushido. I want to run Deadlands. I didly want to run Deadlands, right? So I am going to be actually doing Mysteria. I actually got myself hyped on the whole thing. So Black Rose, you're not the only one. I got myself hyped back up on wanting to take a shot back at Mysteria. So yeah, and Mysteria, I can't blame anybody. It's addictive, and it is the best setting Dungeons and Dragons has, period. Mysteria is fucking awesome. I'll just say living museum. Underground. I won't say more about that now. See, living museum. Go find out what that means when you listen to the Mysteria stream. Living museum. I hope that whole concept sounds interesting to you. Living museum, what the fuck does he mean? I'm leaving you confused on purpose. That's an on purpose confusion statement. Living museum. Go find out what that means by checking out that stream. Not now, of course, but when you get the time, dude. When you get the time. We have one more smoke, but that's so conspiracy theory themed games this weekend. Unknown Armies and Tribe 8. The historical reference series is going to be on Thursday. And Hollow Earth Expedition is members only tomorrow night. Some people get mad at me when I do the members only. It's like I did the Babylon 5 thing, and I knew that probably pissed a few people off. But I'm not trying to. I'm glad people want to hear my content so much that they get mad at me for doing the members only streams. I'm like, because they want to hear it so badly. I'm just like, well, my content can't be that bad if you want to hear the thing. that you get mad at me. Oh, I covered Dark Sun recently too. So I got the Dark Sun stream up too. So go check out Dark Sun. Like, well, you probably know you don't got to check out Dark Sun, but yeah, Dark Sun's fucking up. It's awesome. A lot of people will actually. That's cool that you did that because a lot of people will say, yeah, people talk like they play Dark Sun, but they don't. I'm like, they do. Not lots of people. I admit that, but it's interesting. You got to just be used to roughing it out. If you like roughing it out, it's great. Like if you like a roughing it out game, it's fucking great. And there's lots of things there. I like the way you represent the setting. If you get used to that part, it doesn't feel so rough. It's just it is and it isn't. You can adjust to it. You can adjust to it. Like most games that can sound like they're rough or something or settings. If you play stuff a lot, it stops feeling that way. Like you just get used to a routine. Trying to get my resources, I do this, and you get better at it. It's like if I give you the game Rust, I love the game Rust. Rust can be seem like when you first start playing, man, it can seem like a very tough game to go collect resources on and get yourself going. But you play it for like a year, you're like, you play consistently. By the end of the year, you're like, all right, it's not right. I just get up my fucking base, my wood, get my thing down. You get routine. Like fighting other players can seem really hard. And at one point, you're fighting poop. The hello, are you excited about Spider-Man Brand New Day? You're talking about the movie. Well, that's I definitely want to talk about that on my entertainment channel. So yeah, in ways I'm excited to check it out. Probably, yeah, I would say so. This is where I cover my tabletop role playing and stuff, but I do cover. Maybe you've seen one of my movie coverages or something. I do have another channel where I cover entertainment, He-Man, and movies and stuff. So yeah, I'm a little interested in that. Definitely. Hello, Angie. Nice to meet you. You're getting here the last few minutes of this stream, but I appreciate you popping in. If you like movie coverage, I have another channel. And if you see my He-Man or something, you'll know it's another channel. I do streams on movies every Friday there. And I'll be doing more videos. I got a He-Man video up so far about He-Man. But I do other videos like covering entertainment. That's the plan anyway. That channel is very new. I just started. It's like still less than 100 people on it, but it's brand new, mind you, brand new. But on this one, it's mainly the topics here are tabletop role-playing games. I don't know if you're into TTRPGs like Dungeons and Dragons, Angie. That's mainly what we talk about here. But I probably will start doing a bit of freeform streams on the movie thing, on the entertainment channel. So, you can come there and definitely we can talk about movies and TV shows. But yeah, I love Spider-Man. The new Spider-Man's up and down, but I'm willing to always give it a chance. Some of the stuff is interesting. Some of it gets it right. The last Spider-Man movie that I seen with the 3 Spider-Mans, I thought was excellent. Excellent. Compared to a lot of stuff out there, I thought that was actually really good. I thought the writing was a lot better than a lot of stuff that's out there. I didn't like. I seen clips now. I seen a bunch of stuff from the Supergirl movie. Nothing against Supergirl, but I really don't have an issue with the actor like a lot of people. I don't have superficial problems with certain things. I don't even care what she says in public. I don't care. The writing's bad. Supergirl, the writing's just terrible. It's really generic and boring. It's like, dude, the ideas, I guess, are out there. I would have liked to see, I get the concept. She's a rocker chick and all this, but I'm like, you got to get a better writer. You got to get better dialogue. It just has to be better. And you can't overkill on things that don't work if it's boring. I don't want to give spoilers away about it, but they do take Superman's father, who originally did come to Earth to destroy it, and that's usually not a big thing. But if you're going to play on that, if you're going to really drill on that aspect of his father wanting to destroy Earth, that has to be interesting. You can't drill on it and then just nothing. Like if you're going to bother going down that one, it has to be a good story. Bad storytelling Bad writing. I hope Spider-Man Brand New Day is at least writing closer to on par with the last movie. Yeah, I heard they're leaning into the old, but maybe that was influenced by bringing in some of the guys that were some of the writers that helped make the recent movie are the guys from the other movies. So maybe if you just get a team together and they're ready to write some good stuff, why would you keep, especially if you leaned into fandom and the fandom paid off? That was the thing with this last Spider-Man movie. They leaned into the fandom and they were surprised. Like, okay, we need a win. And that was a big win. Why would you want to build on that? So to start leaning into the more, I get what you're saying, Black Rose, because I did see that in the commercial where it looks like they're leaning into who Spider-Man was and getting more of the back to who he was type of gimmick. And it's like, yeah, if that works, at least Hollywood can do this sometimes. They can start going down the direction like that works. Let's keep going there. And that's a good thing for fans too. Because it's what people want. It's like Sonic. Sonic was a very wise move. When they made that first Sonic movie, you see the first trailers of it, and you're like, what the fuck is that thing that I'm seeing? That thing looks ugly. It was disgusting. The thing that was supposed to be Sonic. Now, what I liked was instead of going against the fans when they complained, said that's not Sonic. The actual guy making the movie went, okay, I hear you. I'm listening to you. And he made an adjustment, and he got praised for it because they were right mad at first. Then they praised him, and they went from there to keep leaning into who Sonic was. I'm like, it's wise. I mean, you're gonna bother playing with IPs like that. Just give people what they want mostly. Then you could be a little unique, but give people mostly what they want. Especially nowadays, there's so much trash coming out. It's like, yeah, okay, just give people what they want. Make some money. You've done enough screwing around with the character. Give people what they want. And right now, it's a refreshing thing because there's so many things, IPs and that, where people don't get what they want, that now it's almost unique. Like it's almost unheard of to do a movie nowadays where it's giving people the character. Like He-Man was a failure on this. He-Man was an attempt to make He-Man to get the wider audience, and in the end, it didn't get the wider audience, and it pissed off the original audience. So that's why it flopped big time. It should have made 5 or 6 times the amount of money that it made. It just didn't completely. It flopped as far as that was concerned. Right. The expectations and the money made were just a big flop. And then when you look at what they left out of the movie to appease to the wider audience, they left out all the cool things that the real audience, but the audience of He-Man wanted. So all the coolest shit, it's like they don't have the coolest shit in there. Huh? Yeah, they took out the coolest shit to appease to the wider audience. And then the wider audience just didn't show up. Then, yeah, we're going to pass on this one. So you pretty much raped the entire story of the best stuff. I shouldn't use that word. Raped or got rid of the best stuff, some of the best stuff in the entire thing you get rid of that the core audience wants. So only half of the core audience shows up. And you do that to get the wider audience, and the wider audience is just like, yeah, we'll pass. Well, I mean, complete. All right, guys, we're at 4 hours. I'm noticing. I hope everybody enjoyed. Yeah, Angie, you mentioned the movie thing. So if you are into movies and that, you'll see a stream popping up soon. A new stream. I'll probably pop it up later tonight, if not early tomorrow. But the next movie I'm covering Friday. I got a couple of movies over there already. I did Backrooms 2026 recently, and it won't have spoilers. So if you haven't seen that, do not worry. It's just talking with details. It's not like spoilers that kill the movie. Actually, it will keep you quite well informed. If you don't know a lot about backdoors, it will give you the backstory that will make it even more interesting for you. I cover Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And if you heard of Clockwork Orange, very cult favorite movie, I covered that as well. Older movies, I spoil. So I'm just going to be real with you. But they're like from the 70s, mind you. They're not brand new. And I did the He-Man video, so if you want to hear what I think about He-Man, Go check that out as well. And yeah. So that's on another channel. You should be able to find that no problem. It's like if you scroll down the community section here, you'll find it. Yes, Nazi, take care. Love you, Black Rose. Love you, Bill. Love you, Philo. Love you, Nazi. Love you, Miles. Appreciate your time, all you guys. Anybody who's watched tonight, who's ever taken the time to watch, I love you all. I appreciate the time. I'll give people a chance to say goodnight if they want. At least Black Rose is here. I'm not going to wait forever, but I'll let Mr. Baby Man say goodnight. Baby Coke Boy. Man. I'll say man. All right. Good night.